How you doing, everybody? Welcome to yet another episode of the Compelling Conversations podcast. And more importantly, another episode of Ripples in the Desert Sand. We're recording with my hero. I call him my hero now.
I don't. That's
because he made me a root beer float.
Well, okay, yeah.
And it was a dang good root beer float, I'll tell you that.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Man, that was one heck of a root beer float, dude.
You want another one? There's plenty of ice cream and root beer in the fridge.
Anybody who may be listening to this in the future, right at this moment, pause the podcast. If you know Josh personally, and you do, because I'm talking to some people.
I think half of Ridgecrest knows me, right?
Here's the thing. Pause this dang podcast right now. Look at Josh straight in the eyes.
Oh, jeez.
And say, you need to make me a root beer float.
I would be delighted to make anyone a root beer float.
And then here's what you're going to do.
Just bring your own. Just bring your own ice cream and root beer.
You're going to sit back. You're going to relax. You're going to put the fan on if it's hot. You're going to put the heater on if it's cold. Or snuggle up under a blanket. Plug your favorite, headphones or ear-pods into your ear holes. And you're going to listen to Josh and Elvis's soothing voices talk about the most amazing things you've ever heard in your life.
Oh, boy.
And you're just going to be loving that root beer float. You're going to be, just...
Well, I hope they enjoy this podcast.
I mean, let me tell you, man, that was the best root beer float I ever had in my life.
I'm glad maybe we should have this podcast.
Because it was touched by the hands of Josh, my hero.
Let's not get out of hand here. Huh?
This podcast just took a turn. We're not talking about Egypt. We're talking about root beer floats for the rest of the episode. No, but in reality, guys.
I love ice cream, by the way.
Oh, dude.
Guess what my favorite ice cream flavor is?
Oh, shoot. Let me guess.
There's too many. It's vanilla. Vanilla bean.
Vanilla bean?
Yeah, such a plain flavor.
Nah, man.
I love vanilla.
No.
And chocolate.
You know what,
but
man?
Vanilla more, yeah.
I appreciate that. You're traditionalist. You appreciate ice cream for its composition, not for the fancy dressings.
I like to keep things simple, yeah.
You like to keep things simple?
Yeah.
And your life fantastic. You like to keep your life creative and crazy, but the things in your life simple and ornate.
Yes, I agree.
I don't know about ornate,
yeah,
but
well, yeah. Simple.
But that freaking root beer float, let me tell you, simple but beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you how simple I like to keep.
By the way, this guy's the best origamiist I've ever met in my life.
Let me tell you how simple I like to keep it. I like to eat my vegetables, have a positive outlook, and I like to be kind and have a smile.
Wait, are you reading something?
You weren't supposed to say that. You weren't supposed to say I was reading something.
Why did you read that?
Because it's awesome.
What is that? Who said that?
Because someone sent it to me, and I think it's sweet, and I think it's cool.
I wasn't supposed to say that. I spoiled it, man.
You spoiled everything, man.
I'm sorry, man.
Wait, are you reading something?
I was like, why are you reading this? I was like, this podcast ain't rehearsed, man. We don't got no scripts. I'll call out anyone who brings a script into this podcast. I'll call you out for the liar you are.
Just
this is spontaneous.
Just put a little marker on the thing and to say skip the next 10 minutes.
Dude, okay. I know this is weird, I like to mix things up, man, because the last two, 4 or whatever, how many podcasts have been all like, let's get to the grind, let's get serious. But, dude, that's not what this is all about, man. Sometimes you got to stop, enjoy life, and smell the roses, even if they're stomped on and terrible.
What?
And that's what this podcast is all about. This episode is about the untold stories, the side journeys, mostly traveling.
Yeah.
And
it's all
so that whole 4-minute thing about root beer, origami,
just skip that part,
spontaneity, that was all one elaborate segue for me to say this podcast is about, I don't know, whatever the heck I just said. I'm trying not to cuss, by the way, guys. I shouldn't have been cussing in the last episodes. But I'm a disgusting human being.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm a disgusting human being. I'm not worthy. I'm a burden on this guy, man. You know how long I've been begging him to do this podcast with me, and he's being like, "I'm too good for you and busy."
Oh, I would. Oh no.
He did not say that.
No.
He's just, he's been a busy guy. I've been a busy guy.
Life happens.
But anyway, man. So let me just give you a little layout of what's going on.
Yeah.
We're going to be first talking about Josh did some crazy traveling in Egypt, and he has had some crazy encounters. And a lot of stuff happened outside of just school life, you know?
Yeah.
Because all the other podcasts we talked about were about school life, but a lot of the stuff that happened, a lot of the stories that he told me when I first met him, they had nothing to do with school. And so we're going to be telling all those stories, the side stories, the untold stories.
Yeah.
And we're going to start with Egypt. We're going to transition to his little journeys throughout the Middle East. We're gonna finish up with journeys throughout East Africa. So without further ado, the man, the myth, the legend, the Egyptian walker, Johnny Pride of the Lion of the Pride or whatever. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking now. Take it away.
I was just so focused on listening to you talk. Now I just forgot everything I was gonna say.
Yeah, man. I was riffing. Excuse me, guys.
Man. You know, the first time, yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna pause it for a sec.
You feeling better?
Sorry, guys. I really I had to cough.
You know, I didn't actually see the pyramids my first year that I was in Egypt.
I don't blame you.
That was like the first thing a lot of the other teachers did was.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of them. Like the first thing.
Let's go see the pyramids, guys.
The first thing everyone would, went to do was to go see the pyramids. But I didn't see the pyramids until like a year and a half later. When I was there. So I would drive through Cairo and I would see them off in the distance. So that was cool. But I didn't, to go to the actual site, that didn't happen until like a year and a half later.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But man, I mean, I have to really think about this. My first year, I didn't go to the pyramids. I remember going to my first year. I didn't really do much as far as traveling was concerned. I went to Sinai, and I stayed at a small town. Oh man, I don't even know the name. I have to look this up now.
Wait,
Let's pause. I need to look some of this stuff up.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna let.
We're gonna have to do this again.
Why?
I don't know. I have to think about this.
We'll be right back.
So, obviously, the first historical site that when you're in Egypt, the first thing you see, or the first historical site most tourists go to, is the Giza site, the pyramids.
The pyramids.
Yeah. I didn't go to the pyramids for a year and a half. I lived in Egypt, and it wasn't until a year and a half later that I went to go see the pyramids. So
well, wait, was it because you didn't find it appealing, or were you just too busy?
One, it had to do a lot with I didn't. Yeah, I guess you can say I was busy. And the other part, when the other teachers went as a group, I didn't want to go with them.
Why? Wait,
the
Imperialists go?
Yeah, that whole group went. There was I just wasn't connecting with people at that time. So I skipped out on that. So when the opportunities would come, I wouldn't go my first year, and so I didn't go see the pyramids until much later. However, when I would drive through Cairo, you can see the pyramids. So I did see them from a distance. I just didn't go to the site until a year and a half later.
But what I'm confused about is
a year later.
I thought in the first year that's when you had your best friend from Australia and the other cool girl.
Yeah, my friend from Australia was there and he went, but I didn't go with them though. I just stayed back.
Oh, so you were close with him, but he wasn't enough for you to want to go, or what?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think he didn't even want to go, but just went anyways.
It's so weird that you guys didn't want to go.
I didn't want to go.
It's so weird, man. You're in Egypt and you're like, why would I want to see a pyramid?
I just wasn't connecting with that particular group of teachers.
Goes to Egypt, doesn't see the pyramids.
Yeah, I know how it sounds. Yeah.
That's
Anyways, however, I did go when the first, it was Christmas break. That was our first break. No, it was Thanksgiving break. So the since it's an American school, we celebrate Thanksgiving out there. So we had Thanksgiving break, and that's when I went to Sinai, and I stopped by a couple places. One of the more popular places amongst the tourists is Sharm el Sheikh. It's a very beautiful city or town, I should say. Very touristy. It kind of almost reminds me of Universal Studios, if you've ever been there.
Really?
It's just like, it's happening there. It's like loud music, lots of dancing, lots of British, lots of Europeans, Russians.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, it's happening. But however, when I was going there, it was starting to die. From what I heard, it was starting to die down because of the whole situation with ISIS in North Sinai.
Oh,
right. And then my second year that I went to Sinai, it was barren because of the Russian plane went down, and so that was the Russians. Sinai was a huge tourist spot for Russians. Yeah. So when that happened, there was it became a ghost town. But the first time I went to Sinai, I stopped by. I went through Sharm el Sheikh, stayed there. But the real adventure was my friend from Australia, we went to a small town called Dahab. And that town is so isolated, and it's so barren out there. It's like you see all these like jagged hills and mountains.
Wow.
And then you make it, like, if you can get through all of that, you find this beautiful coastal town, dude. It's absolutely beautiful there. And the water's crystal clear, and you can see the reef. It's amazing. It's so beautiful. We obviously went for a dive, and we were trying to get past all the rocks, right? Because the water's crashing down. It slams you against the rocks in the bottom. So you're trying not to get beat up by the rocks and the waves. But once you make it past all the rocks, the ocean, you can't even see the bottom of the ocean. It's like you can't see the bottom. It's just all blue.
Wow, dude.
And you see all the fish. You see all the coral. It's incredible, man. It was just amazing. This small town called Dahab, beautiful. It's quiet. It was quiet when I was there. Really fancy restaurants.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, man. Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to take you on put your storytelling on pause, as fascinating as it is, and bring up a compelling point that I just thought of. Uh-huh. It's really a point about the media and stuff. Because obviously, me being 21, I've experienced what it is to be an ignorant young lad who doesn't have much cultural, doesn't really understand much about culture or what, other countries are really like that much other than the countries that I've been to.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I would hear about Egypt on the news, right?
Yeah.
And the images they show, and the things that they're talking about make just Egypt sound like, and other countries obviously, sound like just these horrible, war-torn, miserable-ass countries where there's not really anything good about them, and you think about it and say, why the heck would I ever want to go to Egypt? But then, in reality, it's a lot more than that, man. You tell me about this other stuff, no, dude, just like any country, probably, there's beautiful cities, there's people dancing, there's people living the time of their lives, there's beautiful natural sights, and it's just sad.
That's an interesting point that you brought up, because when I was being held up at the border between Jordan and Israel, the my interrogator. Am I saying that right?
Interrogator.
Question actually asked me that same question. She asked me, "Why are you here? Like, why are you in the Middle East? Like, why are you here? What brings you here?" And I told her, "Well, I'm here to teach." And she said, "That's not what I'm asking you. Of all the places you could have gone in the world, why the Middle East? Why did you choose to go to Egypt and teach?" And I just, she caught me off guard. I was like, so it was one of those heartfelt moments for me where I realized, why am I here? Well, one, I wanted to do my part for quote unquote humanity. I felt like I had a calling, and I felt that it was my responsibility to fulfill that.
Yeah.
Now, it's through a religious institution, so I felt that that's what God was calling me to do. So I told her that, but the one she was really concerned, really wanted to know was, okay, she thought that was great, but she asked me again, why are you here? And I says, well, I'm here because of what I first told you, but I'm also here because of my country's heavy involvement in the Middle East. And that moment she was, okay, that's what I wanted to know. I told her I wanted to see it for myself. I told her I keep seeing all these horrible things on the news, and I wanted to see it for myself. I wanted to see what the Middle East was all about.
And it's not all just shit.
It's not. The Middle East is a beautiful place, and the people are great. Not all the Muslim. Not every Muslim wants to kill you. And you know what? That's an interesting point that you brought up, because I'm gonna go to the real core of my adventures.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I went to Sinai. I went to a beautiful town called Sharm el Sheikh and Dahab. Those were beautiful places. Beautiful, crystal clear water, coral, lionfish, jellyfish, the whole thing. But the real adventure, dude, was meeting people and getting to know what the Middle East was all about.
Yeah, we're going to put this on pause for a sec, guys.
So, yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of beautiful sights, a lot of nature stuff. But the real adventure and the real beauty of every country that I've been to was the people. In Egypt, Egyptians are very kind people, maybe a little too kind. They are willing to share their food with you. They insist on it. And in some cases, if you don't take the food they offer you, you're insulting them. You know what? I was lost in Cairo one time. My first venture out of the school, I was lost in Cairo. I couldn't get home. I didn't know how to get home. And I asked the guy, luckily he spoke in English because I didn't speak Arabic at the time. I was learning. I asked him, I need to get back to this town. And he says, I don't know, but let me find someone who does. By the time he found something, by the time, I figured out where to go, there were about 10 people helping me out.
Wow.
And one of the guys went all the way with me. He took me all the way to where I needed to go. He made sure that I was on the right path. He made sure that I was on the right train to get back to school.
Do you think that part of the reason because, I hate to, and I'm not trying to say that. That's what it's going to sound like, but that's not what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's going to sound like I'm saying the only reason Egyptians are nice is because they're trying to put up a good front so that Americans don't think they're savages. But do you think that part of the reason they're nice is because they're so ashamed of how the world sees them on the media, and they want to prove the world that they're actually nice people and they don't want to kill you.
That you brought up a good point, because are they doing this because I'm American?
Maybe.
Are they helping me out because I'm American? Like you said, maybe. But I know for a fact that this type of hospitality is engraved in their culture.
It's just in their culture.
It's part of their culture. And in every culture, food is how people come together. Yeah. It's like it's how you show you care for someone. And so they insist on sharing their food with you. They're just very hospitable people, and they're willing to help you. Like in my case, I was lost in Cairo. 10 people ended up helping me, and one of them made sure that went with me to where I needed to go. You know, I know a lot of the stuff we see on the media is always negative about Middle Eastern countries, about Muslims. But it's not every Muslim wants to kill you, man. Not every Muslim's a radical.
Sounds like most of them are pretty nice.
They're great people, man. I lived amongst them for 2 years, man, and only one time did I ever receive aggression.
Well, what's interesting about that is how we, in Pew Research studies and stuff, the things that basically trying to find out what percentage of people in Muslim countries are radical, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. It uses stuff like honor killings.
Yeah.
Like, if you believe in honor killings, then you fall into the category of radical.
Right.
But the thing is, a lot of those people that you met probably believe in honor killings. But that doesn't mean that they're bad people, dude. It just means that they're culturally embedded, and for whatever reason, there's complex, very, very deeply complex moral, psychological, cultural reasons in which they're embedded, for which they think that is the virtuous, honorable thing to do. And that does not make them bad people. That makes them good people in their minds, and therefore other aspects of their character is also good, according to us. It's just that those small things that seem so alien to us. But in reality, morally good people might have some differences, but when it comes to character and how you talk to one another, how you treat people, they look just the same, you know?
I know that I know that happens, honor killings.
Yeah.
Because I've heard of stories. Or girls mysteriously dying.
Yeah.
But I don't want to comment on that because I'm not too clear on it. And maybe people that I did meet do that. I don't know. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm basing it off of a research study, Pew Research study that says 50% of Muslims in Indonesia, which is a very, very Muslim. Let's say it's probably the most Muslim country. There's 75% Muslims there.
Yeah.
And 50% of them believe in honor killings, mercy killings,
Yeah.
And you look at that, us Americans who think that that's the most immoral, horrible thing you could do.
Right.
We look at them and say, in our minds, because we're embedded in our culture, we look at that and say, they believe in honor killings, they must be immoral savages. That's the natural human reaction for someone who's embedded in their culture. And then if you actually, get out of your closed-minded shell and go out of your way and have the courage to actually meet these people who you think is an immoral savage who believes in honor killings, and you actually meet them, and they're just going to look like a normal, nice person. A lot of them are, That's what I'm trying to say is honor killings, what they believe in because they're culturally embedded, is not the sole determinant of whether or not they're immoral, moral, or good or bad.
You brought up an interesting point because as I was traveling and meeting new people, my identity is so strong with who obviously our identities are strong, that anything that is different from what we do or we believe in is radical.
Yeah.
Like,
Because you're culturally embedded, just like I am.
and it's so hard to break away from that because when I was in Jordan or any part of the Middle East or East Africa, even the fact that they chewed their food with their fingers was such a radical thing for me.
Yeah.
And I even refused to eat that way because I don't do that. You know, why would I
I
chew
use a
my...
fork and knife because I'm not a savage.
And it took time. It took a lot of time to break away from my identity.
Yeah.
And that was the thing with a lot of the other teachers is when we were in Egypt, we hold on to who we are for dear life. We don't want to lose our identity.
Yeah.
But to be able to be engulfed or embraced or whatever word you want to use, we have to kind of lose ourselves a little bit. Like, let go of our ego. Let go of our identity just for for just some time.
Because that's the thing is, like, people think that they're completely unique individuals. But no, people are not unique individuals. A large percentage of what makes a person is their cultural identity.
Right.
And what we find comfort in, are these mundane things we take for granted. Using a fork or knife. I bet you when you were in Egypt, you felt very nostalgic and like you found yourself missing those times using a fork and knife. Like that was a part of your identity and you loved it. Like it's a deep love for your cultural identity.
Look, man, I'll take it a step further. Eating, yeah, you're right. Eating with utensils, believe it or not, man, something so simple is part of our identity.
Yep.
Because the moment you see someone else eating with their hands, chewing their food with their food with their fingers, makes you want to gag. Yeah. I'll take it another step forward. Even the way we go to the bathroom is different.
How do they go to the bathroom?
They don't use toilet paper.
They don't?
No. They use just water.
Really?
To clean themselves. That is so different from the way we do things here.
That must have been hard to get used to.
It was extremely hard to get used to. And when you tell them, oh, we use toilet paper. Ooh.
They think that's gross?
Yeah. You use water? Ugh.
We're all culturally embedded, man.
You have to, like, it's just so frustrating because a lot of the teachers there didn't want to let go of their identities. Look, man, you want to learn about another culture? Let go of your ego. Let go of your identity. Just let it go just let it go.
Yeah, dude, and that's the crazy thing about cultural embeddedness is people are so cultural embedded and they love their cultures on a level they don't realize.
Right.
To the point where they would take the ugliness of their culture
Yeah,
and love it. Like
yeah.
a lot of Americans, including myself, acknowledge that there's a lot of ugly side effects of our culture and our individualism. People are disconnected from their families and their communities. And I look at that and say, yeah, that's sad. And I appreciate and love other cultures for being communitarian.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have it any other way because I love my culture and in my mind, I'll sacrifice to have those bad side effects so that I can have my culture for what it is.
Right.
That's how deep cultural embeddedness is.
Yeah, it's in the fabric of our existence. And
yeah.
So a lot of those things is like, man, I had to get, especially when traveling, dude, don't expect there to, the way I traveled, I had to take my own bar of soap.
Oh, yeah.
I had to bring my own toilet paper. And it's just, so that was, if I wanted to travel the way, if I wanted to travel and keep it on, I roughed it. I roughed it a lot of the times. Yeah. Actually, I roughed it the entire time. So I had to adjust to these things. Yeah, the beautiful sights, Dahab, Sharm el Sheikh. These are great, beautiful locations. Very touristy, tourist traps, I would say. Beautiful sights, crystal clear water, beautiful reef, fish, lots of different colors. But to me, the real beauty was the people.
Yeah.
Meeting different people. So I traveled throughout, I did a lot of traveling in Cairo. People were very extremely helpful. Everyone wants to help you. And then I traveled through Sinai. Met some great people there. Beautiful sights again. And that was about the extent of all the traveling I did the first year. I just went to Sinai, did some towns down there, and then
Wait, tell us about the encounter.
the encounter.
The nasty encounter you had.
Okay, so I was in Cairo just minding my own business, and then some guy kind of started talking to me. I don't know what happened. Or he noticed that I was different, that I looked different. Because I tried to disguise myself, when I'm out there.
Oh, what was different about you? Do you
I don't know, but he noticed something different about me. And he asked me, "Where are you from?" And this is my first year. I was already a couple months in. And I didn't know any better.
Yeah.
And he asked me, "Where are you from?" And I told him, "Oh, I'm American." I said that proudly. And he looked at me and he said, "Oh, America is crap," to put it in nice terms.
Yeah.
And I got really scared, actually, because he said that pretty aggressively. And that was the last time I told anyone that I was American. I ended up saying that I was, yeah, I know. Do you hear that too?
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. Oh, it's your chair, I think.
I think it's your chair, man.
Is it my chair? Okay, I'll stop moving. And that was the last time I told anyone I was American. And I ended up saying I'm Mexican.
Yeah.
For safety precautions, safety reasons.
Didn't you dress like a Muslim one time?
Well, I dressed up as a Middle Eastern, yeah.
Because you wore like a turban and stuff?
Yeah. A scarf around my head and tied it up, yeah. I helped move around. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I moved pretty smoothly, No, that wasn't just the extent of my travels. My first year, I did all of that. And then I took a boat from Sinai to Jordan. Right. So in Egypt, there's a lot of trash on the streets, a ton of trash. Right. And when I took a boat to Jordan, it was the difference between night and day, dude.
Really?
The streets were so clean.
Wow.
It was beautiful, man. It was just I went to a small town called Aqaba, and it's right on the ocean, and it was so beautiful. That town was amazing. I loved it. If I lived in, I wouldn't mind living in Jordan.
Jordan sounds like a very wealthy country, man.
Oh yeah, they sit on oil, man.
Yeah.
And if I was to choose a place to live in the Middle East, it'd probably be either Jordan or Israel. Jordan would be probably Aqaba. Yeah, it's just a town on the coast, man. It's just beautiful.
Wow.
So I land in Jordan and I make it to the hotel. Okay, so the dinar, when I was there, the Jordanian, they call them dinars, the currency, but I call them dinars because when they say dinner, I'm thinking about food. But the Jordanian dinar, and when I was there, it was 30% stronger than the U.S. dollar.
Wow.
So in Egypt, you get money back. In Jordan, you lose money. And so I exchange $100 and I get 70 dinar. I go to a hotel and the hotel was expensive. And by the time I realized how much money I had, I was like, I'm not going to make it to Jordan with, it's going to be hard to make it through here because everything's so expensive. So I ended up sleeping my first night I stayed in Jordan, in a hotel. Next night, I was like, man, I gotta play this carefully because hotels are expensive. Transportation is gonna be expensive. So I decided to sleep on the beach.
Wow.
And I slept on a campsite. And I just stayed there, dude. It was in the middle of winter, by the way.
Wow. Was it cold?
Yeah, it was cold. And I just slept with my clothes on and a sleeping bag.
Wow.
And the wind blew, and I didn't get very good sleep, but I did get some sleep. Luckily, there were other tents there, so I kind of slept near a tent. And
Wind block.
yeah, I used that. I slept next to the tent, so the wind would hit the tent, not hit me. And I slept there, dude.
Wow.
I slept there. And in the morning, I hear like a lot of, Arabic people. By this time, I was able to speak I was able to get around speaking Arabic.
Yeah.
So I knew enough to get myself around and enough to understand a little bit about what other people were talking about. So in the morning, I hear people, chatting. And one of the guys comes up to me and he said, Habibi, what are you doing there? Like, why are you sleeping outside of a tent? What's wrong with you? And I told him, well, I don't have enough money to stay in a hotel. And so I stayed here. And he's like, oh, it's okay. Come. They spoke English, very good English, by the way.
Wow.
Really good English. And the guy said, well, you can't, he asked me, have you eaten anything? I said, no, I'm pretty hungry, actually.
Wow.
And he's like, well, come into our tent. We're about to have breakfast.
Is that the caravan that came up to you?
No, that's not the caravan.
Oh, that was later.
I think so, yeah. They invited me into their tent. And, man, they had, like, massive plates of food there for me.
Wow, dude.
And it was like a 3-course breakfast, dude. I would finish with one, we would all eat out of the same plate, right?
Wow.
With our hands. And by this, remember, when I was my first meal in Egypt was with my hands, and I thought it was the grossest thing ever.
But you were loving that meal.
Dude, I had to let go of who I was, man. I had to let go of my cultural background and just embrace something different.
Wow.
And I had to eat with my hands.
That's really cool, man.
It was tough, dude. Letting go part of who you are is tough. It's not easy.
Did you ever talk to Egyptians about what it's like back home? Like,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're very curious.
you told them about the fork and knife?
I did. They use forks and knives there, too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. But the more farm area, it's a little bit more, it's different.
Yeah, yeah.
But generally, if you go to the city, they use utensils.
Okay.
And
Well,
sometimes they use
silverware
their
is
hands.
expensive back there, huh?
I don't know. I don't think so. But it's eating with your hands. It's just a cultural thing.
Oh, okay.
And so whether they use a forks or hands, it depends on where you're at.
Oh, okay.
But obviously, I mean, we use our hands to eat here too, like
Certain things.
pizza, hot dogs, hamburgers.
But we don't chew
We don't
our food with
we
our
don't.
hands.
Yeah, we don't chew our food with our hands.
Yeah.
And so I had this meal with them. Of course, I had to use my hands, and by that time, I was much more comfortable doing that.
You know, I bet when you got comfortable with it, you probably saw some appeal in it.
I felt that I felt happy that I was able to do it because it let me know that I was accepting something different,
Yeah.
and I felt that I was blending in more with the people.
You know, because if I'm going to be honest,
Yeah.
sometimes, like, when I'm eating a steak or something,
Yeah.
I honestly think the fork and knife are a little bit of a pain in the ass, trying to cut around the
Yeah.
bone and stuff. Like,
Right.
you know, if it wasn't for, social expectations and people judging me, like in the privacy of my own home, I would just freaking grab that steak and chew around the bone. You know,
Right.
like,
Right. I cut the meat off the bone, but that's just because I don't want to gross anyone else.
yeah. like I said, though, but
Yeah. Yeah. And these people didn't know who I was, man. I mean,
Wow.
in the States, how often do you find someone inviting a stranger into their tent and
Never.
feeding them.
That would never happen.
Especially someone who probably smells dirty.
Yeah.
And has a backpack, and is obviously not from the area.
Yeah, dude. In America, it's like if you give a hobo a ride, like you have this whole debate about it. Like, oh, he might smell bad, or he might be violent, and then you give him a ride, and when you actually do it, like you give yourself a little pat on the back, like I'm a good person.
Yeah.
I gave him a hobo a ride today.
You gave yourself a pat on the back, and you think you're brave.
Yeah.
But in these cultures, that's like normal.
Well, because they have a culture of strength.
Yeah.
Like, in like the Middle East, the whole reason, they kind of have this whole thing about, men and polygamous societies, and like, it's because the men have this culture where men have to be able to be strong and protect the women from other men who are worse.
Yeah.
And so the virtuous thing is to be strong and brave,
Right.
Yeah.
I have an interesting story about polygamy, by the way. We'll talk
yeah?
about that later, yeah.
Okay.
So they invited me, and I was very surprised. These Muslims invited me to their tent and fed me and made sure that I was well fed. They weren't looking to kill me, bro. They weren't looking to behead me. But they were looking to feed me and to make sure that I was okay.
That's a beautiful thing, man.
It's here in the States. We have our fears, man, and they're well warranted. But like, not every Muslim is looking to kill you, dude.
Yeah.
And we can isolate certain instances. Well, look what they did here, and look what they did there. Yeah, but
And the news always does it.
yeah.
But
I had to go to, part of the reason why I went to the Middle East was because I wanted to see it for myself.
Yeah, dude. You know what's funny about that, though?
What's that?
People on the media, they'll have all these, moral, like, virtue signaling battles about, trying to debate about whether or not all Muslims are good or bad. Like,
Right.
And you'll have these people on the news go, You're racist. Not all Muslims are bad. Very few of them are radical.
Right.
That's only like 1% of them. And then on that very same news station, they take no time out of their day to show anything about like the good Muslims that they claim to adore, or talk about the good parts of these Muslim cultures, and they only show the bad parts.
Yeah.
And they're contributing to this problem that they're saying is such a vile thing.
Right.
Those hypocrites, like they're no better than the people that they're like, putting on a cross. It's like, if you guys were really these virtuous people, these multiculturalist people, like, then you wouldn't actually you wouldn't just let your ratings determine what you show on the news.
Right.
You would try to open people's minds with actual evidence, not just by making yourself look good,
Right.
by saying words,
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. And so, they gave me some food for my journey, They took off, but I had to stay because I couldn't find out. I was still trying to plot how to get out of that town because I needed to make it to the capital of Jordan. And I don't remember what the name of the capital was or is. So I stayed on the beach. I kind of just hung out, watched the waves roll in, observed people. I stayed there for like 2 days, 2 days. And finally, a guy, some Austrian guy walks by. Obviously, looks different from everyone else. And I said, hey, I know you speak English because you're European. That's a bad misconception. I just took a chance and I started speaking to him in English, and he knew English. And I asked him, hey, I'm stuck here. I need a way to get out. I want to go to, oh man, I keep forgetting the names of all these sites I've been to. Wadi Rum. That's right. I told him I wanted to go to Wadi Rum and I wanted to go to Petra. And I was wondering, do you know where I can get a bus to get to those places? And he said, I can't help you, but I know someone who can. And I said, okay, great. Can I meet this person? And he said, yeah, I don't have a car, so we're going to have to hitchhike. So I was like, all right, let's do it then.
What a nice guy, man.
Yeah, guy. You meet incredible people while you travel, dude. You all have the same goal, and so why not try to help someone else? You meet some incredible people.
That's cool, man.
And so this guy, Austrian guy, I forgot his name. Yeah, he was kind of traveling throughout the Middle East as well. So we start walking, and we make it to the side of the road, and he puts his hand out, and I put my hand out, and we're trying to wave cars down, and a couple went by, and finally we waved one person down. He didn't speak Arabic, and our driver didn't speak English. So he started talking to him in English, and I said, I got this. And I spoke to him in Arabic.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I told him, we don't have money, but we need to get to the next town over. And the guy said, okay, jump on in. So we got our first hitchhike there. And it was like about a 30-minute drive, which would have taken us quite a while if we walked.
Oh, yeah, that would have taken a while, man.
I think it was about a 30-minute drive. And so we make it to town. And so I meet this other guy, and he was Palestinian. Man, he spoke flawless English, dude.
Really?
This guy didn't even have an accent. He just spoke really good English, man. I was quite impressed.
Wow.
And so he spoke to me in Arabic. He helped me practice my Arabic. And he said, I know when things get real, when you all sit down at a table to discuss what your next move in your travels is going to be.
Wow.
We all sat down around the table. He poured some tea, because that's what they do out there. And we started to discuss who's going where and how they're going to get there.
Wow,
there was
dude.
this one guy, was he American? Yeah, I think he was American. Some American guy said he didn't want to go to Israel because he wanted to go to Iran. It was like, dude, you're crazy, man.
Iran?
Yeah.
Dude, that's scary, man.
He wanted to go to Iran. I was like, man, dude, good luck, dude. And the guy, the Austrian guy who got me there, I forgot where he was going to go. And then they turned to me. Said, Josh, we know where you want to go. We know that you want to go to Wadi Rum. We know that you want to go to Petra. Unfortunately, I'm not the guy, the really cool Palestinian guy told me. Unfortunately, I'm not the guy to help you, but I know someone who can help you. I said, okay, well, let me meet this person. And he's all like, hang on and make a quick phone call. So in the end, he's like, you need to meet this person tomorrow at this time at McDonald's. Believe it or not, they have McDonald's out there.
Wow.
And they don't have the Big Mac. They have the Falafel Mac. I don't know. They have falafels out there. Not.
What is a falafel?
It's like pita bread with like stuff inside. It's like a sandwich.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was it good?
Not from McDonald's, no.
Oh.
I enjoy street food, not chain.
Yeah.
I have to talk about the food too eventually because the food was amazing.
Wow.
The food was really good. And so I meet the girl at McDonald's, and she's like, "You're Josh, right?" And I said, "Yeah, that's me." And she said, "You want to go to Wadi Rum and Petra?" And I said, "Yeah, that's what I would like to do." And she said, "I got connections. I'll be your tour guide, but I got connections for you so we can do everything you want to do."
Wow, dude.
So eventually we get on our way. We jump in our car, and here we go. Wadi Rum, first destination in
You're
Jordan.
just on this adventure with this random girl you just
Random
met.
girl I just met.
Was she nice?
Yeah, she was super cool. She actually looked American.
Really?
She had a bunch of piercings and
Oh, really?
totally like not the traditional Muslim girl you would meet.
Wow.
Didn't even wear the hijab.
Where was she from?
She was Jordanian.
Really?
Yeah, she didn't wear the hijab. She had a bunch of piercings. I think she might even had a tattoo or something.
Man, she better.
She was super cool.
You know, she must be a tough girl.
Yeah, single mom, which is rare in the Middle East.
She must be a tough girl, dude.
Yeah, she's super tough, dude.
Wow.
Dude, this girl has literally traveled to like everywhere. Like almost everywhere, dude. She has like videos of all the places. She's a tour guide. She's an official tour guide.
Oh.
And she's traveled to like, man, all of Southeast Asia.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, she's like big time. Yeah, she's the real deal.
Wow.
Let me backtrack a little bit before I go on to the Wadi
Okay.
Rum and Petra. I'm gonna go back to, man, where did this story fit? Anyways, there was at one point before I met. How did this story go? Anyways, I was in the away from. I was in Aqaba, but I was in a town, and I had no place to sleep. My story is a little bit. I'm forgetting how this went. Anyways, I was in town, and I had no place to sleep, and I was gonna sleep on the steps of a church out there, an actual Christian church. And this Muslim guy comes up to me and he said, "What are you doing? Like, you can't sleep there. It's not safe." And I said, "Well, I really don't have any place else to go, and this is probably the safest place I could stay." And he said, "Why don't you come with me? And I'll give you a place to stay." Dude, at that point, I was like, man, do I trust this guy? Do I go with him? Or do I just say, no, I'll just stay here? He spoke really good English. I just like, man, you know what? I'll just go. I just went on a limb and decided to go with him. And he asked me, "Where are you from?" Oh, I said, "I'm from Mexico." And he looks at me, he's like, "Okay." He kind of looked at me suspiciously, like, "Okay." So we get in his car, we're talking, we're having conversation, and he tells me, "You know what, I'll take you to my house. I'll give you your own room. You can sleep there for the night until you can figure something out."
Yeah.
And, okay, so I'm starting to remember how this story went. So I'll tie it in later. So I said, "Okay, sure. Like, I'll go on a limb. I'll take a risk." So he took me to his place. He gave me my own room, dude.
Wow.
And he asked me if I was hungry, and I says, "Yes, I'm starving," because I haven't had anything to eat an all day. And he toured me all over the city, dude.
Really?
Yeah, and he bought me food.
Wow.
And I had some amazing food. I was like, "Oh man, this is amazing food. This is really good." He paid for all of it, dude. He paid for all of it. He took me to a place where they heat up the coffee in sand. They pour the coffee in this little thing, in this little jar thing, and they just they slide it across sand and it boils. It's super cool.
So
dude.
it's like really hot sand?
Really hot sand, and they just slide it across the sand and it starts boiling. It was awesome coffee, dude.
That's cool as
It
heck,
was
man.
so good. Amazing. Honestly, dude, I haven't had coffee that good since I've been home.
Wow,
That's
man.
not to knock off on Starbucks, but
Oh,
I just haven't had coffee that good, dude.
Starbucks ain't.
And so,
I mean,
he took me to like some of Jordan's finest. He gave me some of Jordan's finest, like, foods. Like a lot of pastries. There was a pastry that was like had melted cheese, but it was sweet. Oh, it was so good, dude. I tried to find that in Egypt, couldn't find it. I guess it's just a Jordanian thing.
Yeah.
But it was so good. The food was delicious, man. Food was really good there.
Really?
Yeah. And really cheap, by the way. Food was cheap. Everything else was really expensive. And so, yeah, he was Muslim. Gave me my own room. Fed me. Made sure I saw the city for what it really was. The beautiful lights. Beautiful people. Very modernized town. And it doesn't look like someone dropped a bomb in there. Just very beautiful place. Beautiful town. Beautiful city. And then, so I stayed in with him. And then the next day, he dropped me off at McDonald's to meet with the girl.
Yeah.
And so with this girl, I jump in a car and we're off to Wadi Rum, dude. And we go there, and that's where they filmed that movie, The Martian, by the way. I think they filmed part of it there, if not
Really?
all of it. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
I think I got that right. And so we just travel. We see all the beautiful sights, and the desert's like orange, reddish, kind of, It's beautiful. I got to drive the Jeep around, took some pictures.
Cool.
We were supposed to just stay in a simple tent, but she was kind enough to upgrade us to like a personal tent, which had a bathroom and a shower in the tent. It was awesome, dude. It was incredible.
That's so cool, man.
The food was amazing. Food was awesome. We stayed up late, listened to music. There was other tourists there too. It was awesome. And she said, the next day we leave Wadi Rum and we're off to Petra. And she said, we're not going to go through the entrance. We're going to go through the back way of Petra. So we meet up with another guy. And he said, yeah, we're going to take a small hike. And we're going to hike through the mountains. It's a good hike, a couple miles. And so we go hiking through the hills and the mountains, and it's cloudy, it'll start to drizzle, start to rain a little bit, light rain. And we're just hiking through the beautiful like mountainous areas of Jordan.
Wow.
And we finally make it to the cave where we're gonna stay at. I was like, man, we're gonna stay in a cave? I thought we were gonna stay in a hotel or something. I don't know, something. We stay in a cave, dude.
Dang, man.
And this cave was really nicely set up. There was like rugs on the floor, really comfortable. And I laid down. I was like, man, I'm ready to go to bed.
Yeah.
And the guy's like, what are you doing, dude? This party hasn't even started yet. I'm like, there's a party? He's like, yeah, dude. They bring in the hookah, like these really big hookahs.
Yeah.
And they bring these massive platters of food.
Wow.
It was chicken and rice with some type of gravy-like thing. And guess what? We had to eat with our hands, dude. And it was so good, dude. The food was awesome, man. The food was incredible. And then they like start playing music and everyone's dancing and I'm just there watching and I asked one of the guys, it's like, what are these little room-like things in the cave? And it's like, oh, this cave is actually a tomb.
Wow.
I was like, a tomb? Yeah, throughout the years, people come and raid the tombs and, whatever.
Yeah.
But the cave was an actual tomb. So I slept in a tomb for a night, man. It was pretty crazy stuff, dude. The party went on all night, dude. But I was like, dude, I'm so tired. I just slept through all the noise. My tour guide wakes me up. She wakes me up. It's like, Josh, you've been sleeping for 12 hours, man. Time to get up. You got to go.
Wow. he was sleeping for 12 hours?
I slept for like 12 hours.
So
dude.
how were all the people at the party? Was it like a blast?
Dude, it was so awesome talking to them. It was like, man, food everywhere, drinks everywhere.
So you meet this random guy and all this crazy stuff happened just because you said yes.
Yeah. Or no, because I met this guy, the Austrian, at the beach.
Oh.
I met this Austrian at the beach, and he kind of hooked me up. He led me to all the people I needed to meet.
Oh, so I missed something. So who's the Jordan guy that picked you up on the church steps.
Okay, so what happened was I went to the guy from Palestine to his house to discuss the plans.
Yeah.
He took us back to the beach to sleep there.
Yeah.
I was with another group.
Okay.
The group didn't want to stay at the beach because they didn't feel safe because that group was robbed on a previous trip.
Oh.
So the guy said, I don't think it's a good idea for us to sleep here. Why don't we go hitchhike back to town and get a hostel? So we hitchhiked back to a hostel. And wait, where does this guy come in? I don't remember, dude.
Is it after the
I don't
piercings?
remember how this story goes.
Is it after the girl with the piercings
No, it's before her.
Oh. But
I
either way, it doesn't matter.
can't believe I don't remember.
It doesn't really matter, you know.
Anyways, I stayed at the cave and we get up and we go to another cave, and we had breakfast there. And all of a sudden, a goat walks in to the door.
Dude, that's the coolest thing ever, man. That's an adventure.
Dude, we went to another cave. They're cooking up a breakfast, and these breakfasts are lavish, dude.
Wow, man.
Yeah, they wouldn't, we have a bowl of cereal, dude. They have like lamb and like rice and tea. And we're just eating there, and all of a sudden a goat just walks into the cave and just like kind of walks in, minds its own business, and poops, and then leaves, dude. It's like that doesn't happen here, dude.
Yeah.
And we just like, okay, it's time to go. We're ready for our hike, and I'm carrying my backpack, right? This is not the green one,
Did they pet the goat or anything?
Yeah, we pet the goat. We were almost about to eat it too, and luckily for
really?
the goat, it took off. But
That's funny, man.
we continue our hike, and we're going. So instead of going to the front entrance of Petra, we're going to the back end. And man, I remember the first time I saw the first building carved into stone. We're just walking, and all of a sudden you see this huge building just carved into the rock.
Yeah. One
Dude,
of the wonders of the world.
it's just like, this is the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life, dude.
Really?
It was just amazing how this
Wow.
building was just carved into the stone, dude. And this is not even that iconic one from Indiana Jones. It wasn't even that one.
Oh, this isn't the famous Wonders of the World one?
I don't know. I don't even know if it's one of the wonders of the world.
I know there's like a building carved into stone that's one of the wonders of the world.
It might. See, I don't even know. It might be.
Oh, okay.
But it was the first one I saw, and it was incredible, dude. I was like, I can't believe this, dude. My mouth just drops, dude. It's like the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Wow.
And I'm walking, and it's just like you're walking, and you better watch where you're going because it's all rock. You're gonna trip. But I'm just looking at this building as I'm walking by, and it's massive, dude.
Wow.
It's like this is the stuff you read out of books. This is the stuff you see in movies.
That's amazing, man.
This is the stuff people tell you about, but I'm actually living this. This is like, I would have never thought in my entire life I would ever see something so incredible, dude.
Wow.
And that's why I'm such a big proponent of go travel.
Yeah.
You see things that are unbelievable, man. You're just mesmerized by this, dude. It's like you ever see those movies where, like, they see something epic and this epic music plays in the background? Dude, this is what was happening to me. This is like, it's finally happening to me. I'm the guy who gets to see these incredible places.
That's amazing,
I'm the guy
man.
in the movie. I'm the guy who people write about. It's just like, it's finally happening to me. Like, you see these buildings, incredible buildings. And it was in the winter, by the way. And so there weren't a lot of tourists there. It was like empty, dude.
Wow.
And so the whole place was almost to ourselves. And we just continue, right? And we continue to walk. And like, for those who are like, for those who are into like biblical things, this is like all biblical. This is one of the Bible lands.
Oh, wow.
Countries. And we continue our journey.
Which one?
No, in Petra. This is still Petra.
I mean, what's the Bible land like?
Moses, I think Moses. Well, there's this one hill that Moses looks over and looks into the promised land. Looks into the promised land.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's in Jordan. I don't know. I forgot. I'm sorry. I should know this.
No, it's okay. I probably wouldn't know either.
And so we continue into Petra, and you just see these buildings, and just you go inside them, and you would think that they're huge rooms, but they're just tiny little rooms, dude. They're not very big. Some of them are fairly good size, but they're not. They're small. They're not very big. And you can actually see some of the Roman architecture there too. You can see some Roman architecture in there.
Yeah.
And so, we're walking, and it starts to rain. And it starts to rain pretty hard. And our tour guide said, well, we can turn around, or I forgot what she suggested. But we ended up kind of like huddling next to inside this small little cave that was there. And we kind of just waited for the rain to pass by. And other tourists were there, and all these other tour guides were there. And we all start to talk and have a good time. And, where are you from? What are you doing? Where are you planning to go? It was just good company under that little rock, under this little cave that we were on in there.
That's awesome, man. And
it's raining, and it's pouring, and people are walking by. Some people have umbrellas. Some people have those plastic ponchos, and people are just, I didn't have any of that, so I kind of just stayed in there, talked to people. And then the rain stops. And it's like, well, now's our time to go, right? And then we're walking. I have my huge backpack on.
Yeah.
And then it starts to rain again. But I was like, you know what? I made it this far. I want to go see that famous building, that famous, site. And it's the one, I don't remember the name of the site, but it's the one in Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade. Yeah. It's that building.
Yeah.
And so I'm walking through there, and it starts to rain. And as I'm walking, you can see the building come into view. Dude, again, it was one of those moments where I started crying because it was just so amazing to see. It was so amazing to look at. It's such a surreal moment. You're walking, and it's like finally, again, I'm the adventurer here.
Wow.
It's like you're walking and you see the building come into view, and this epic music is playing in my head, and you just see it, and it's just like, at this moment in my life, dude, I have seen more than most people will ever see in their lives, dude.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a sad thing.
It is. I've almost lived an entire lifetime already. And I see this building come into view, and it's just like, this is incredible, man. Like, wow, I'm lost for words. And it's raining, and I forgot about the rain. It was pouring, and I just forgot about it because I'm so mesmerized by looking at this ancient building.
You know what's sad about this?
What's that?
When you put it into perspective, it's like we only have a temporary amount of time on this earth.
Yeah.
It's a very temporary amount of time that's filled with a lot of moments that we don't really want to be doing, but we only do it because either we deprive ourselves, out of laziness, lack of ambition, fear.
I think a lot of it is fear.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it's fear.
But you don't get to see a lot of the earth and even like just seeing a little bit of it.
I only saw not even a fraction of the world, dude. And I was just
and people don't even go out of the way to spend a tiny fraction of their life, which is short and ticking away on this earth. They're on this earth, and it's like it's the gift of life, man. Like,
yeah,
it's this temporary thing, and people don't like get to see the entire thing, and They don't even try to see any of it. You know, it's like
You know, I met this guy who was from, I think, another Austrian guy. And he says, I don't meet a lot of Americans out here. And when I do, I usually don't like them.
really.
But he told me, but you're okay. So I felt like I maybe represented America in a good way.
Well, that's good.
Because, to be honest with you, like, we're not very popular.
Yeah.
And so, for me, when I do these travels, not only am I representing my church,
You're representing your country.
I'm also representing my country.
That's a cool thing, man.
And so I keep that a lot in mind when I go to these places.
That's crazy, man. Like, you know, that's just really crazy to think about what Americans are and what their minds are obsessed with. Because
Right.
in America, you know, poor countries, the idea of traveling is not an option.
Right.
You're just worried about day-to-day survival and trying to make a happy life out of that.
Yeah.
But to us, you know, even some of the poorest people have the potential to see something in the world.
Yeah.
And we have, you know, the poorest people in this country are in the top 1% of the world. You know that?
Yeah.
And people in this country don't go and travel. A lot of them don't go and travel. And, like, that's like something that we're wasting.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's why I'm a big, like like you've said, I'm a huge proponent.
You're an advocate of travel.
Dude, I tell all of you guys, okay, yeah, get your 2 years done in college. Take a gap year, dude. Take 2 gap years.
Yeah.
I promise you, school will be there when you get back.
Yeah.
I promise that all your troubles and all your worries will be there waiting for you when you get back.
Yeah.
I promise that. I guarantee it. But go travel, dude. Because you don't know if you'll be able to do it. These
Yeah.
places, you don't know if they'll still be there because they might be war torn or something. You know, I couldn't go to Syria because place has been torn up. Although I've had people say I can get you in there.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, I see this magnificent building, dude. And I just stand there and just look at it. I don't know for how long. But I just looked at it. And I looked at it for a long time, dude, because I knew I don't know if I'll ever be back there again. I doubt it. And I knew that at that moment. I would love to come back, but the world is so big, man. Life is so short, and the world is too big to just spend it all in one place. And so I took one good look. I took some pictures with my phone, and I left. And that was it. And that was Petra.
Wow.
And it was just engraved in my memory. It was an incredible moment, dude. That I got to see that, dude. I got to see that. I got to walk through the back hills, through the mountains, slept in caves, slept in a cave, slept on the beach, did a little hitchhiking, met some incredible people. And that was only Jordan. And that's only part of the story of Jordan.
Wow.
Because after that tour was over, I told the girl, look, can you drop me off at the bus station so I can go to the Capitol? And she said, well, why don't I give you a ride to the Capitol? It's a 7-hour drive, by the way.
Wow, dude.
She drove me all the way for free. She didn't charge me.
Was it sad to say farewell?
It was, dude. Because you grow connected to the people you meet, man.
Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, in my modest little life I've lived,
Yeah.
I can actually relate to that.
Yeah.
Just from and this is such a smaller scale thing, but just from the retreat I went on.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know anything about this group, and so that was kind of like a step outside my comfort zone.
Yeah.
And like in those 3 days, I felt like I became brothers with all those people that were in my class, and like saying goodbye to them is like, it's a weird thing.
For me, saying goodbye is pretty hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I grow attached to people.
Yeah.
In my subconscious mind, I don't know. I like to bond with people. I'm a very social person.
Yeah.
So saying goodbye to my tour guide was kind of sad. I stayed in a hostel in Oman. No, is it Oman? Amman. I think that's the name. Amman is the capital. I stayed in a hostel, and it starts to snow, dude. And it was New Year's Eve, and I wanted to go out, but I couldn't because it was snowing in the capital, and it was cold. I stayed in a hostel, and it snowed. I made my plans for the next day, and I took a bus to the border of the King Hussein Bridge. And there's I was doing my research online, and there's a little disclaimer: Jews are not allowed to cross through the King Hussein Bridge.
Wow.
So reading that the disclaimer, I knew that there were going to be a lot of Arabs going through there.
Yeah.
If only Arabs, pretty much. And my journey to the border of Israel begins.
Jeez.
I make it to the border. I sign all the paperwork. I get my visa. And I jump on this little bus with a bunch of other tourists. And as I'm going through the checkpoint, man, there was just, a lot of Palestinians trying to cross the border. And man, things got real there, because there's just guns of course, it's Israel, man. There's just guns everywhere, dude.
Yeah.
The Jews are defending that country with tooth and nail, dude. So you're crossing the border and there's guns being pointed at you. It's no joke,
wow.
dude. There's a guy in the booth pointing his gun at you at the car.
Is it scary?
He's super scary, dude. They're like five guards, 5 soldiers are there pointing their guns at the car. And then another soldier comes up and has this mirror thing and puts it under the car to look for bombs.
Whoa.
Yeah. And once it's cleared, they send you through. And then I got interrogated, or questioned, I should say, at the border. Because they weren't going to give you my visa. They weren't going to give you an Israeli visa.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't get it very easily. And so the girl asks me, what it was like an hour and a half in questioning, by the way. They would ask me questions, they would leave, then they'd come back and ask me more questions. And so the girl asks me, so why are you here? It's like, I want to see the Holy Land. Are you Muslim or are you Christian? Oh, I'm Christian. What's your, she looks at your name. You're Joshua. Joshua, your name's biblical. It's like, yes, my mother gave it to me. And she asked me, do you have any Arab descent? I said, no. Where are your parents from? Mexico. They were born in Mexico, came to America. So do you have a Mexican passport? I said, no, I'm American. And she asked me that question twice. And I said, no, I'm American. And the guy who was with her kind of started laughing because she asked me the same question like on 2 previous occasions.
Wait, why?
I don't know. She probably didn't realize she did it. And she asked me, so why did you go to Egypt? Why Egypt? Anywhere in the world, why did you want to go there?
Yeah.
And I said, well, other than, it's, I felt that it was my calling.
Yeah, you talked about this earlier.
Yeah. And not only that, but my country's heavy involvement in this part of the world, and I want to know what it's all about. I want to see it for myself. And when she found whatever my answer is satisfying, she said, okay, we'll give you a 30-day visa and you're free to go.
All right.
So I get my visa, I jump in another bus, and they took me to Jerusalem. Now, when I say Jerusalem now is like a big city. But when I talk about Jerusalem, I'm talking about the ancient city, the old city.
Yeah.
I actually stayed in the old city.
Really?
In the old city. The walled off walls, you know.
How'd you get to stay in there?
There was a hostel in there, and so I was lucky enough to stay there. They had a room for me, and I stayed there.
So did it feel spiritual for you?
It definitely had an emotion to it. Like this is like, yeah, it had an emotion. It had a feeling to it. Again, this whole trip was so surreal, dude. It's like, it's unreal. It's unbelievable. And the emotions that were just going through me, it was like, man, this is happening to me, you know? Before I go into more Israel stuff, into Israel, can we take a quick break?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
We're at an hour and 20 minutes in. I hope you guys have been enjoying this podcast so far. Make sure to like this video and share it. We'll be right back. All right, so sorry guys, we had to take a quick break. In the middle of that episode, we got tired, man. That was a long recording. But take it away, man. What else were you gonna say about Israel? Continuing the story.
You know, we all know that Israel's considered to be the Holy Land, the birth of Christ, and so yeah, I was in Jerusalem. I walked.
Yeah, you slept in the holy city.
In the old,
walls.
yeah, within the walls.
That's crazy.
And it's all tunneled. It's pretty much all very narrow streets. You're rubbing elbows with everyone. The barrels of the gun rub against your arms. It's pretty compact in there. I saw the Wailing Wall. I saw that. I saw I want to say Orthodox Jews, but there's a couple of Jews there, praying. And I also saw, I've walked through the entire city.
Wow.
But the thing that really stood out to me was the Dome of the Rock, and that's that golden.
Oh yeah, you showed me that.
The dome, that's gold.
I'll put that in the video version of this podcast.
Okay. That it's considered to be one of the holiest sites for Muslims. I want to say it's the second.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though. I have to look that up.
You want to tell the Bible story, like to give the audience some context?
So if I haven't looked this up recently, and if I remember correctly, the Dome of the Rock houses the rock where Abraham was going to sacrifice Isaac, his son. Also, I believe it's the place where Muhammad ascended into heaven. The Prophet Muhammad ascended into heaven.
Yeah, I didn't know that part.
Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100%, but I believe that's also the site where he ascended into heaven.
Wow. That's crazy.
So yeah, I think it's considered the second holiest site for Muslims. It's an amazing building, dude. Amazing architecture.
It looks beautiful.
It's wow. It's just incredible. You have to. It's all walled off. It's heavily guarded, by the way, heavily guarded by Israeli forces. And so we had to, and it's only open during. I think it opens early in the morning, and I don't exactly remember when it closes, but I remember waking up early in the morning and getting in line to see this dome, and I wanted to get there early because I know it was going to get crowded.
Yeah.
So I wake up early and get in line, and I actually recorded my whole trip, my whole walking
Wait,
into
you
the
did?
Yeah, I have a video of it.
Oh,
It's
you
really
never
cool.
showed me that, man.
It's really cool. And
Maybe
yeah,
I'll put that in the video version of the podcast too.
yeah, I'm walking in, and you're walking in, and you don't see it very clearly. You don't see it clear. You don't see it right away because it's being blocked by trees.
Yeah.
But you can see the gold shining through the
Yeah.
branches, and then you see it, and then there it is, man. It's like boom, in your face kind of thing. It's just an amazing building. I walk around it. I spend a couple hours there actually, dude. Because this is there's been, this is what they're fighting for. This is what one of the conflicts is out there. Who controls it? Don't quote me. I haven't done research on this recently, and I don't remember it quite well. And if you just look at the picture, it's just all these beautiful colors, all the different shades of blue and green, and then the gold dome, and then the crescent moon at the top. It's so beautiful there, man. And the Muslims are praying.
So
you see children running, in their school uniforms.
Do you think that were you afraid to offend the Muslims? Like, were you really scared about your behavior? Like always checking your behavior to make sure you didn't offend them?
Yeah, I mean, you're in a different culture, you're in a different country, and you have to be aware of cultural differences. So you want to be reverent. Even me being Christian,
you had a huge amount of respect for them.
You just want to, you just need to be culturally aware of what's going on around you.
Yeah, I mean that's like a really important rule about traveling in general, isn't it? Like, you need to study the culture first before going there.
Yeah, and again, just let go of your ego, just just be culturally aware, cultural conscience. So I walked around with reverence. I didn't go out there yelling and screaming and whatever.
This is like that scandal with Logan Paul, who went to Japan and started wreaking havoc. Like, he was like making a big joke of like the Japanese temples, and he filmed a dead guy in the suicide forest. You remember that whole scandal?
I don't know who Logan Paul is.
Oh, there was this. It was on the news, but that's just an example of someone who.
And he's American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, man, people don't like us as it is.
Yeah.
And we go out there acting like this. Dude.
Yeah. He was like making fun of him. He threw an octopus tentacle at someone's car, or something like that when they were driving. Like, it's just disrespectful the whole time. Like.
And I have to go into these countries and kind of try to. Look, we're better than this, guys. Like, try to represent America.
Try to represent America. Yeah, you were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
And so, maybe you should post some of these pictures up because.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put it in the video version.
It's just an incredible sight.
You'll have to send me all those pictures.
Yeah, I'll send you a couple.
Send me the video.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. And so. You're just in awe of all these amazing architecture and people. I walked around, just talked to a few people, took some pictures, and I stayed there maybe at tops like 2-3 hours, and I kind of just said my farewell to it.
Yeah.
I couldn't get in. They won't. You have to be Muslim to get in.
Wow, dude.
And then to get in, you have to recite. I think it's a passage you have to recite a saying that Muslims say in Arabic.
Wow.
And I think the saying is, there is no God but God in Arabic. I think that's what you have to recite in Arabic. There is no God but God.
No God but Allah.
Well, yeah.
But Allah is
considered to be God, yeah. So I didn't even try to get in. I just walked around, looked, beautiful architecture, beautiful doors. And that was the end of it. I just walked out and moved on to my next, location. Now, as beautiful as Israel is a beautiful country. It's well maintained, well kept, well guarded. But I wanted to talk about the wall that separates Palestine and Israel,
Yeah.
the Palestinian territories from Israel. This is a huge controversy thing, you know. And I wanted, and I, you know, this is something I researched and I looked at pictures of online, and I wanted to see the wall. And it wasn't necessarily an easy place to get to unless you knew people. And lucky for me, I met this guy, this Austrian guy in the hostel, and he said, I want to go.
Is it the same Austrian guy?
No, it's a different Austrian guy.
Different Austrian guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of Europeans out there. I met mostly Austrian guys.
Huh. I wonder why they're Austrian.
I don't know. And a lot of Australians, too.
A lot of Australians.
Those crazy guys. Awesome people, by the way. He said, I'm going to go see the wall, not the Wailing Wall, the wall. And I told him I wanted to do it with. I told him I want to do, I want to see the wall. Can I go with you? I don't want to, I told him I don't want to impose on anything you're doing or invade anything that you're going to do. And he's like, no, that's fine. Come join me. So we went to Bethlehem. We went around Bethlehem, to the birth site of Christ, and we were actually at that. This is debatable. I think it's debatable. But we went to the actual site where Christ was born, the actual site. And so now they built a church on that site. And we went into this little room, and there were people there touching, some stones because that's supposedly where he was born. And you asked me if it was a spiritual thing. No, it wasn't. It wasn't for me. But I acknowledge the significance of it.
But you didn't really have a visceral reaction
to it?
Not
really. No.
Why not? Was it just because there was too much commotion going on around you, or were you just not in the right headspace?
I'm just not that type of person to give. I don't know. I don't know how to say this.
I think I know what you mean, though. You don't even have to go into it if you don't want to.
I think. I really don't even know how to put it into words. I don't even have words for it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to explain it. You just don't find sentiment in these historical, people find sentiment,
they overdo it, I think.
People overdo the sentiment of things,
Right.
and to you it's just like, well, Jesus could have been born anywhere.
Right.
That doesn't make this place really, this is just a place to me,
Right. Well, here's the thing.
It's more than that, but.
I felt that, look, Israel, Israel as a whole was an amazing place. Look, because being at these sites, being Jordan, these are all considered to be like where Christ has been.
Yeah.
And so it had that significant meaning. Like, these are historical places.
You could have been walking the same steps that Jesus had stepped on.
Right.
To me, that's a powerful thing.
Right. That's all awesome to me. But to put, it's like. I don't even.
Well, another thing though is I don't know if this part matters at all, but Jesus wasn't able to perform miracles there.
Where?
In his hometown. There's a passage in Mark that says that the only place a prophet can't perform miracles is in his hometown.
Oh, it's he's not acknowledged in his own. A prophet is not acknowledged in his own.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I didn't want to put too much weight on on that particular place.
Yeah.
Because I think, okay, here it is. I felt that place was taking too much credit from what God is, or from what the mission of. I think as I felt that people were putting too much weight onto this location.
Yeah.
I felt that the location was taken away from who God was, or who Christ was. If that makes any sense to anyone.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
I thought it was a cool place. I thought it was an awesome place to be. But I felt like it was taking focus away from who Christ was, and and what his mission was on earth.
Yeah.
I don't. To me, I don't know if it makes sense to anyone, but.
Well, because it was just a regular place.
It's just a regular place.
It's just a regular place, and
well,
honestly,
some people would argue it's not, but.
I mean,
But to me, it was just another site, a cool site.
Jesus was just a carpenter for
Right.
30 years. He was just a regular guy. I think the whole thing about Jesus is that he was trying to be humble.
Right.
That's why he wore the robes and the sandals. And so when people just, I don't know, it's like they're misinterpreting what it's all about.
Yeah.
Like, they're making this little thing, like all this royal thing, instead of just worshiping for what he really was.
Right.
You know, like, I know what you mean, and I can't really put it into words very well either.
Yeah. I thought it was a cool place. I thought it was awesome to be at that, quote unquote, the birth site of Christ. But I tried to remind myself what Christ's mission was and not put too much weight on just one particular area.
I think that's what it is. Jesus was not a man of pride.
Right.
And I don't think he wanted to be looked at like that. I think he wanted his men to follow in his footsteps in a humble way, through actions.
Right.
But not to make him out to be this great king, or like, not in the same way, you know.
Yeah.
Not like a king, you know, a royal king would want to be respected. He wants to be respected in a completely different way, and by making this like place where he was born, it's like, you know, it's like kissing the footsteps of your king, like back in the medieval times. It's different, you know. It's like, do you know what I mean?
It's kind of hard to put into words because I don't.
That was my best attempt.
It's just hard to put into words, I think. Anyways, I was at the birth site in Bethlehem, and I also went to the Garden of Gethsemane. I was there too. That was pretty cool too. These are great historical places. These are awesome places to be. And obviously, you're reverent in these places. You know, you don't want to be yelling and screaming and throwing squid at people. But these are historical places, and you want to show respect to the people who are there.
Yeah.
And of course, I was in, you know, like, I was like, dude, this is awesome, right? But I saw the Garden of Gethsemane. They obviously built something over it. But I didn't go to the gravesite, quote unquote, the gravesite. They're not exactly sure where the gravesite was. They have, I think, 3 locations marked, but I don't think they know for sure which one it is.
I saw this really stupid freaking documentary, dude.
Yeah.
Where these atheists were trying to prove that God wasn't like really, that Jesus wasn't really God or something. And they went into, quote unquote, Jesus's grave.
Uh-huh.
And they just, like, all the people around him were getting mad, and they took out the skeletons and, like, scientifically analyzed the skeletons, and they're like, see, it's just a regular skeleton, therefore he's not God. It was the stupidest thing I've ever seen, dude.
Yeah.
It was like this stupid documentary I saw years ago on TV. It was like, proving God wrong or whatever. It was so stupid, dude.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take you off track there.
So I was at those sites. Awesome places, cool places. And so I went to Bethlehem, and I was with this Austrian guy, and we get into a taxi together, and he ends up he talks to the taxi driver. The guy's Palestinian, and he says, we want to see the wall. And so we were in the car for like 15 minutes negotiating a price and exactly what sites we wanted to see.
Wow. 15 minutes, huh?
Yeah. And he was giving us some safety tips. He was telling us that the site that we were going, I don't remember the names of these sites that we went. But he told us the site that he was going to take us, there was a gunfight a week prior. It was a gunfight.
That sucks, man.
Yeah. And he was going to drive us through one of the refugee camps and then take us to the wall.
Wow.
So we finally negotiated a price, and he was telling us, and it was an interesting conversation that we had. And I remember very clearly, he says he doesn't care what they name the country. He doesn't care if it's Israel or Palestine. He said he just wants to be treated fairly. And that kind of spoke to me, man, because he just wanted to be treated fairly. And he said he didn't care what the name of that region was called. He just wanted to be treated fairly, without suspicion. We drove through the refugee camp, and we saw kids there, man.
What'd you say to him, man?
When you're in front of people like that, man,
you're just speechless.
I'm speechless, dude, because you just.
Yeah.
The only thing I can do is just listen.
Because when you went there, man, when you went to Israel and Egypt and all that, you probably weren't really expecting people to say these profound things.
Yeah, it's like this is their struggle. We complain about the internet the service going down for like a few days,
And that's their struggle.
and that you know, and all I can do is just listen to these guys. You know, and I'll come out and say, look, my heart goes to the Palestinian people, dude. My heart goes out to them.
Yeah. That's a very complex
Oh
issue
yeah,
anyway. I mean,
yeah.
there's books written about it.
Yeah,
You know?
and you know, I was there and I didn't try to make sense of it. Like everyone goes there and tries to make sense of it. I couldn't. I didn't even try.
What's the point?
It's just, you know, and you can actually. I was driving through the refugee camp, and you can see like these kids, and you can see the people they're depressed, and you feel it, man. You feel their pain. Well, you can just see it, and you can't relate to it because here in the States we haven't been anywhere near that, or at least, you know, Americans. They're driven from their home. You know, they were driven away.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to see that. I felt that was important for me to see. Because, yeah, Israel's great. Beautiful country. The Jews have done an amazing job with that country, you know. And they're going to defend it with tooth and nail, man. And, you know, they're going to defend that territory. That's theirs, man. You know, people are going to hate me for this, but that's their land now. They're going to defend that.
Yeah.
With tooth and nail. And they're not going to give that up. But my heart goes out to the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
And I can't relate to their struggle. And I can't even say I understand because I don't. I don't get it. I don't know what I can only see their grief.
You can just see the pain.
I can see their pain
in their eyes. And
yeah. So I can't even say, I'm sorry, I understand. I can't even say that to them. Because I don't understand. I don't know their struggle. But I felt that being in Israel was important for me to see that. That was something I needed to see. And so my taxi driver dropped us off near the wall, and we saw a lot of the graffiti there, and just you know, just a lot of graffiti on the wall, a lot of political stuff graffitied on the wall there.
Yeah, we'll put it in the thing, in the link dump, in the.
I walked about a quarter mile of it.
Wow.
And my taxi driver kind of just met us at the other end, and I walked on it. I tried to take it all in, man, but it was so much to take in. You just see it, you can feel it, man. It's just
yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. That was pretty rough. But
so what else happened after that, man?
You know, that was the highlight there. I mean, I saw all these, you know, holy sites.
Yeah.
But that wall, man, what really stuck out to me the most.
Yeah. Because it represented the whole conflict, and those are real people, and
Yeah.
that's something present. That's something you can see in the faces of the people around
Yeah.
you. And that's what this whole theme of the podcast is. This is really a podcast about people.
It's about people.
This is about people's stories, man, and that's the theme, man. And you've learned to love all these people, and you see them for the good and the bad, and
Yeah. And here's the thing, dude. My heart goes out to the Palestinian people, but my heart also goes out to the Israelis, to the
Yeah.
Jews. Dude, what mother wants to see their child go off and fight a war, dude? No mother wants to go see her son go fight a war, whether it's on the Israeli side or the Palestinian side.
yeah.
No, because those,
Well, she had to do it too,
yeah,
and it probably breaks her heart that her daughter has to do it.
as her daughter or her son, or fight a war, man. It's like my heart goes out to Israel, man. My heart goes out to Palestine. I see these, man. I saw these young soldiers, dude. They were young, man. They were young kids, dude. They were kids. I saw some girls carrying guns that were almost bigger than them, dude.
Jeez.
And my, I want to, you see that. Oh, that's cool. But dude, these are kids defending their turf, their
Well,
land.
that's just life to them, man. To them, that's just how life is,
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, but my heart still goes out to.
Well, I'm not
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
that
yeah.
it's
My heart goes out to the mothers, man, and to the fathers, and to the Israelis, to the Jews, and to the Palestinians, man. I can't say enough good things about that country, Israel. And it's such a beautiful place, and just to know that it's tainted with so much war. Here's the thing about the people. The Arabs, they're very curious people. They want to know who you are. On the other hand, the Jews are more like Americans. They kind of just mind their own business.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was actually really nice to not have people ask me where I'm from. So, and that was it was a nice change of pace.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah, the Jews, they just kept to themselves. They didn't. Yeah, they were they didn't care, which was a nice change of pace because being in like Egypt, Jordan.
Well, because I think they probably get a lot more tourism.
Yeah, probably.
Because
Yeah.
everyone, because they already know who you are. You're some guy that's there to see the Holy
Yeah.
Land.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just like
they're
they've done
used
that.
to it,
They've
yeah.
done that bit.
Yeah.
Someone in Jordan is like, an American is visiting my country.
Right.
Like they're proud. They want you to remember Jordan as this beautiful place.
Yeah.
They're proud of their country, and they want other people to understand why it's great. Because
Yeah.
on the news, the world just sees like the greatness of America
Right.
or China or like the West, but they only ever see the bad of like these Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
And can you imagine? That's kind of, my heart goes out to that.
Yeah.
These people love their countries, and they always have to be self-conscious that everyone thinks their country's nothing but a shithole.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's a sad thing.
Yeah. I mean, man, I recommend everyone go to Israel because it's such a beautiful place. It's such an amazing place, dude. It's very modernized, dude.
Really.
It's amazing place, dude. Of so much conflict that goes on, and they just like that place is just so well maintained. It's such a beautiful place. It's such a beautiful country. And I remember I've only been to Jerusalem, dude, and Bethlehem, and I was just blown away.
There's a lot of. I've heard the northern part of Israel is really beautiful.
Yeah. I didn't make it to Tel Aviv. I just stayed in local places.
Yeah.
But I remember hearing this Jewish girl saying, she was talking to a friend, and she said, "We meet again in the most beautiful place in the world." You know what I said to? I didn't say anything, but I thought to myself, you know what? She's right. This is a very beautiful country. And again, it's not only because of the beautiful buildings and stuff, but it has to do a lot with the people too.
Wow, man.
It has to do a lot with the people. And I didn't talk to. I mostly talked to the Palestinians. But just observing the Jewish people, they seem like great people too. I didn't have the opportunity to talk to too many of them. There was a guy that I did talk to, but he spoke Hebrew and he didn't speak English. So we did a lot of hand motions
Wow.
and pictures and stuff like that. He was very curious, actually. This was on my way back to the border of Jordan. But I can't say enough amazing things about Israel. The Jews have done a great place with that since they moved in.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to go there someday, man.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, man. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, so what happened next, man?
So I moved down. I was gonna go back into Jordan, but apparently they changed the rules of the visa. You couldn't get them at the border anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm making my way towards the border. I leave Israel,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm making my way towards Jordan. And the Jordanian or guards told me, we can't let you in because you have to have a visa prior to you can't get them at the border anymore.
Oh, jeez, dude.
So I get deported back. I get sent back to Israel, and they asked me, well, what are you doing here? I was like, I got deported. They sent me back. I don't have a visa, and I can't buy it at the border there. So I was like, okay. And they just let me back. I had to pay all the fees and whatnot.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I had to pay the fees again to get back. Well, I had to pay the fees. I said, well, I can't go through Jordan anymore, so I gotta, because I was gonna meet up with my tour guide again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I couldn't. So I decided to, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to Israel, to Israel, and then to Egypt.
Okay.
And so I get the bus, I take off, and I make my way to.
How long were you in Israel and Jordan?
I was in Jordan for I don't know, a week,
Okay.
and Israel for like 4 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not very long. It was a quick trip.
Yeah.
And so I make my way back into Egypt. And it was late, and I was tired, dude. And I told them, and they asked me, where are you planning to go? There's regular questions.
Yeah.
I said, I need to make my way to Cairo. And the guy told me, well, this visa that we're about to give you does not allow you to go to Cairo.
Jeez.
And I said, well, can you give me a visa that allows me to go to Cairo? And he said, we don't issue those visas in Sinai. And I was like, why? Well, they're just having problems with ISIS in North Sinai. And it was security issues, I believe. So I'm stuck in Sinai, dude. And I told him, well, where can I get this visa? And he said, you have to go all the way down to the airport in Sharm el Sheikh.
Oh, jeez, man.
And that's about a couple hours trip. It's like it's a couple hours.
Jeez, dude.
And I'm tired, dude. And I don't want to do anything.
You had to hitchhike and do all this stuff.
I ended up going to a mosque to see if I can stay there the night.
Yeah.
And one of the guys, when they were done with praying, he comes out and asks, what he was curious who I was, so we started talking, and I told him I need to get this Sharm el Sheikh to get this visa to the airport. I need to get to the airport, and he's like, "Well, I can take you there."
Wow, dude.
So it's like, okay, how much do I need to pay you? And we worked out a deal, and I was like, all right, let's do it. Because if I couldn't, at first I was going to go sleep on the steps of the police station. And the police told me, you can't stay here. So they sent me off. So I went to the mosque to see if I could stay there. Well, didn't bother asking because this guy gave me a ride all the way to Sharm el-Sheikh. From the Sinai border of Israel, all the way down to the tip of Sinai.
Man, it sounds like Arab people you make them sound extremely nice.
Man. They are incredible people. They're extremely hospitable people. And willing to help you out. And so we get started on our journey, dude. And I end up sleeping in the back, and I fall asleep. And I can hear, I wasn't in a deep sleep, but I was in a very light sleep. And I can feel when the car would stop, and the driver talking to the guards, and asking, "Who's that?" They're like, they were like kind of flashing their flashlights at me.
Yeah.
And they were like, I can assume that they were saying, "Who is that?" in the back. Because the driver said he's American, and so they would just just say, "Okay, go."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, actually, Americans are treated like royalty out there. By the way,
really?
Yeah, we're treated like royalty to an extent. Because I'll tell you, I'll get to the point. And so I can see, they were curious, why is this guy in the back dressed all weird and he's sleeping? Like,
wait, were you wearing your scarf on your head still?
No, I had it around my shoulders, and I was pretty dirty. I was
okay.
And so it was a long drive, dude. And the road was bumpy. It was pitch black out there, dude. It was like you're literally in the middle of nowhere, just driving through. And it's you can see the stars. It's just dark out there, man. It's scary.
Dang.
And I can always feel the car stopping, the lights being flashed in my eyes, even though they were closed. Hear like some chatter, and then American, and then go. My driver would always say American, and they would just wave him off. Eventually, we got to the airport. It was already like, 2:00 in the morning or something.
Wow.
And
that guy really went out of his way for you, man.
Yeah, he really did. And
what was the deal? What'd you pay him?
What's that?
What was the deal you made with him? Like,
it was just we agreed on a deal, like on a price to get me down there.
Well, how much was it?
I don't remember, but it was just out of courtesy. It was like, well,
so it wasn't it wasn't a big price.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was just, I needed to pay for his gas basically for a couple hour drive.
Oh, wow.
So, I guess we negotiated it. I was like, I guess I wasn't really hitchhiking, but we just negotiated on the price.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think that part of the reason also that all these Arab people treated you so well is because they could tell you didn't fear them that much and respected them and saw them as normal people? I mean, because you were willing to stand in front of a mosque and wait for them to get done so that you could ask if you could spend the night in there, and you had no apprehension about just asking them for favors and just treating them like normal people. Like you weren't treating them as if you're better than them or as if you fear them because they're like subhuman, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean,
I shouldn't say subhuman because that's a very strong word, but
I think Arabs are just very naturally curious people, and so they want to get to know you. Again, you have to be respectful. You just have to be respectful, regardless of the country you are. I did my, I had to, in mind, I have to give a good representation of my religion. I have to give a good representation of where I come from as an American. I did my best to be respectful to the Jews, to the Palestinians.
Yeah.
Never being in, it's there's so much political tension out there.
Yeah.
And I think the best that I could do was just to be respectful to people.
Well, I mean, okay. That's not necessarily what I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unless I am misinterpreting your answer. What I mean by respect is I think they know that because of how like they're portrayed in the media and like and all this stuff about terrorists and things, that people are Islamophobic.
Yeah.
People fear, Arabs.
Yeah.
And so I think the fact that you're willing to just go talk to them and just ask them questions or just literally just talk to them just like you would talk to a normal person in America.
Yeah.
Makes them realize that you respect them, you don't fear them, and so therefore they want to treat you with respect.
That's very true, by the way.
Because, I think if you went up there and you were all like timid and scared as if, you thought that they were violent people and, or if you just avoided them at all costs, like I don't think, I think they would have been offended.
Yeah.
I think, they want you to realize that they're good people, that they're normal people as well,
There was a conversation going on around the town that I worked in. And my Arabic teacher told me there was this conversation going around amongst the people saying, look, this is an American school. There's Americans in there who have left everything behind to come teach in Egypt. And who does that? Who leaves all the comforts of home to come to this place? And with that, my Arabic teacher, there's a tremendous amount of respect in this town for you guys. Because you guys were willing to let go of everything to come here. So, yeah, when people ask me or when they see me, oh, you're different, where are you from? Oh, you're American. There is I can sense or assume that there is some type of respect there. And when I tell them, oh, yeah, I came to teach. Oh, I've gotten thank yous for that.
Because you're not just talking the talk, you're walking the walk.
Right.
You're not just seeing the romanticized parts of their country. You're going
I want to
in
see
the rough, man.
Yeah, I wanted to see the nitty gritty of everything, dude.
And they probably respect the heck out of that, man.
Yeah, that's one of the things about my traveling is, look, I want to see beautiful places, no doubt, but I also want to see the real thing. I want to see the other thing, the other side.
Yeah.
Israel, beautiful places, well-maintained place, but I wanted to see the other side too. I wanted to say, look, I've been there. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Rather than just, I saw. Because the guy, the imperialist teacher, he went to Israel too. And he was only at the holy sites.
Yeah.
Jerusalem. I asked him, did you go see the wall? He didn't go see the wall, dude. He didn't care for that.
Yeah.
He didn't care to see that. But I wanted to see it, dude, because I just wanted to see it.
But would your advice to tourists be, or people that are traveling, would you say that part of your advice is don't be so fearful and just look at people like normal people?
Yeah, just look at people. They're people.
Because you know what, I feel something personal to that in my own life.
Yeah.
Because, ever since I was a kid, and I think many other Americans are taught to, be afraid of strangers.
Right.
Don't talk to strangers. And they're telling you that because you're a kid.
Right.
Right? But then if you have a mom like mine who took it a step further and starts giving you all these horrifying stories about kidnappings and like showing you these disturbing things, like I grew up and like late into my life, late into middle school, I was really afraid of strangers, dude. Like it traumatized me as a kid, but it's like, it was like I was torn into two sides because I went to the Dominican Republic and I spent some time in Missouri in Venezuela as a kid.
Yeah.
And it's like, all the people that I came across, like all the strangers and stuff, like especially in the Dominican Republic, they were nice people, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, there's bad people out there, especially if you're a kid.
Yeah.
And you should be afraid if you're a kid. But,
Yeah.
you should still just remember that people are just people,
Yeah. Um, I had to talk to a lot of strangers to get around.
Yeah.
You do have to be careful. You do have to be cautious.
Where's the balance?
But really, you need the help of strangers to get you.
So how do you find a balance? How do you be cautious but also seek the help of strangers?
That's a good question, man. Because sometimes I've had to just stop someone in the middle of the street and ask them.
Do you just have a gut feeling? Oh, he's probably a good guy.
I went into a lot of stores and asked the owners.
Oh.
I did a lot of that.
That's actually a smart piece of advice right there.
Yeah. I would go to any shop owner and ask them for
shop
directions.
owners.
Yeah, shop owners,
ask
gas
shop
stations.
owners.
Yeah.
Humble people.
Humble people.
Someone who's just praying maybe would.
Yeah.
Like,
So I
mosque.
did a lot of that. Just ask shop owners. I would go into hotels or hostels and ask them for directions. A lot of that. You can also ask because there's a lot of taxis out there, so you can ask them too. I asked a lot of soldiers too, like security guards.
Okay. What kind of person would you not ask? How do you know if it's a person you shouldn't ask? How did you know?
Oh, geez, I didn't.
But was there ever is there any case that you could say that you shouldn't ask this type of person at this situation?
I asked, I asked a lot of young-looking people.
Young people, huh?
A lot of young-looking people, like I don't know, I guess teenagers, early 20 people. I don't know how old they were, but they looked really young. And so I asked.
Maybe not ask the older people as much.
I don't want to bug them. I don't want to annoy them.
And they probably have more traditional values.
Or probably don't even speak English.
And a lot of older people have a very rigid view of the world.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
So they're probably it's a little riskier maybe.
Yeah. Actually, when I was in Israel, I asked one of the Israeli forces, one of the Israeli soldiers, and he was kind of mean. It's like I asked him, how do I get in to see the dome? He's like, are you Muslim? And I said, no. Well, then you're not allowed. Get out of here. I was like, all right. I did my best to be respectful, and I just walked away. But he was, he has a job to do, and he has to defend that place. Yeah. So I understand.
Was he a big guy? Did he look kind of intimidating?
He looked intimidating. He wasn't like, he's a soldier, man, and I don't want to mess with them. I don't even want to joke around with those guys. They have a job to do, and I respect them. He had a job to do. He has, he's on high alert, and I have to respect that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like Logan Paul, being an idiot.
Yeah.
You just don't mess around. You don't mess with those. You don't mess with the Israeli Defense Force.
Oh, dude,
you just don't mess with those guys.
Those people are tough, man.
Yeah, those guys. They're gonna defend that place tooth and nail.
Yeah, man.
And I respect that. And man, I have to admire them, dude. They're gonna defend that place, dude. And I can't say enough great things about what the Jews have done with Israel, man. When they moved from Europe to, was it after World War II? I don't remember.
I don't know. Gulf Wars. Just kidding.
What?
Just joking. I have no idea, man.
When they moved in to Israel, and anyways, when they moved in, they've just done a great place with it, modernized it, beautiful place. So, and they're gonna defend that place, dude. So yeah, I have a lot of respect for them, for the Jewish nation. Where was I? I forgot. I lost my train of thought.
It doesn't matter.
Anyways, yeah. Go visit Israel, guys. Beautiful place. Great people. I'm making the Sharm el Sheikh.
Yeah, there.
And so I was late. It was 2:00 in the morning, so I decided to just sleep there.
What'd you say when the guy left?
Oh, I just paid him off, and we had a little bit of an argument.
About what?
About money. I think he wanted more money And I was like, no, I'm not giving you more money, man. I'm sorry. And so we both went our
Why didn't
way.
you give him more money?
I was broke, man.
Oh.
I was out of money, dude. I had, at that point, I just had enough money for my bus ticket, dude.
Oh, you gave him everything you could,
Pretty
huh?
much. Well, not everything, but I felt I was being generous.
I wonder if he was pissed at
He
you.
probably was.
Wow.
And I understand.
Yeah. I mean, those people are poor, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
So I get into the well, before I fall asleep, I get into the airport and I start talking to security and I tell them, look, I need to get to Cairo, and they told me you can't because you don't have the right visa. I said, can I get the right visa here? And they said, yeah, you can, but you need to get it stamped with a stamp of approval saying that you can go. However, you can't get that particular ink stamp because you don't have a letter of tourism to Cairo. And since you don't, and to get that letter of tourism, you need to be with a tourist group.
That's stupid.
So I'm stuck there, dude. And I told him, well, how do I, what do I do? It's like, quite frankly, you can't do anything. You have to fly you have to fly back to either Jordan or Israel and then fly to Cairo. And dude, that's like $600 that I don't have.
Oh, gosh, man.
Or like $300. I don't remember. I don't have money to go do that little circus thing.
Is
again.
that the thing where you texted your the
Yeah.
principal and you were like, oh, what'd you say?
Okay, so I'm stuck there, right? And I tell the security guard, well, I can't do anything. I'm stuck here. And I do this. I put my hands out to them. It says, arrest me and deport me. I told him, look, I'm stuck here. I can't do anything. So your only option here, your only option is to deport me.
Wow.
And he's like, do you really want that?
To get deported to where?
Back to America.
Oh.
And he asked me, do you really want that? Why? He told me, why don't you go talk or find someone who can help you?
Oh, jeez.
Or contact someone who can help you. But quite frankly, he didn't want to do that because that's a big move for them. That's a big process.
Yeah.
And so they weren't keen on that. They're like, look, go contact your embassy. So I contact my embassy. Well, before I get that, I go on Facebook and I start red flags. I start throwing well, what are those flares in the air, whatever.
Yeah.
I contact the principal. I contact the vice principal. I contact the two head teachers. None of them got back to me. None of them responded.
Not one of them did a
Not
thing.
one person got back to me. Dude, and at that point, dude, I felt so alone, dude.
You must have been pissed.
I was so pissed. I was so angry. And I felt so betrayed, dude. I'm supposed to be the responsibility of this organization, and they can't even answer back a message? I felt so depressed at that point. Like, I have been forgotten, dude. These people don't care about me. And not that they ever did.
Yeah.
But that was a really low point for me. I was like, really, guys? You cannot even answer my question? And message me back?
They couldn't even just say, sorry, man, there's nothing we can do about it. I
Yeah.
hope things work out. They couldn't even say that.
I think there may have been some talk. But no one, I was alone. Dude, I was like, come on, guys.
Like, why didn't they at least acknowledge you?
I don't know. I don't know. They may have, but it was like, you're on your own kind of thing.
No, you showed me the message, dude. He didn't even respond. He didn't even acknowledge it.
Yeah. And I was like, come on. Dude, that was I felt betrayed, dude, by the organization. I felt, man, come on, really? And then the ultimate low point was when I contacted the embassy and they told me, we're sorry, we can't help you. You're on your own. My own embassy couldn't help me out. And now it's like, dude, I just kind of I just went to bed, dude. I just slept at the airport. I was so tired and I was so drained. And no one can help me, dude. I was like a low point. I've been forsaken, dude. I've been forgotten.
Wow.
And that was just like, I couldn't deal with it anymore, so I just went to bed.
Went to bed where?
Just under a desk at the airport.
Under a desk at the airport,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So the next day, I wake up, man, and I had to go through security. I went through security like about 10 times, dude.
10 times?
Yeah, and I mean, we complain here about like, what, are we taking off our shoes? I don't know if we still take off. I don't think we take off our shoes.
Yeah,
but
we
like
do.
the machines and stuff. We talk about privacy with those machines that scan you.
Yeah.
Right? Dude, let me tell you something, man. I will never complain about that. Because I literally got manhandled going through security.
What? Like,
Dude, they would grab my butt. And they would go in between my legs. And yeah, I was manhandled. I was molested, dude. I'm not even joking. I was molested, dude.
what, they grabbed your privates?
Yeah.
No way.
Yes. And actually I try not to let that get to me. And it doesn't get to me, but there was a time where it was just like in my mind all the time. And I was like, I'm not going to let this get to me. I'm not going to let this get to me. But I felt violated, dude. Dude, it's like, it was like, I felt violated.
Jeez. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it was bad. And I did that several times because I needed to go talk to security.
Really?
Yeah. And so I will never complain about these stupid machines rotating and they see your private part. Dude, I'd rather do that than have someone fondle me. It was bad, dude. It was really bad. And so the last time I did that, I went directly to the guy who gives the official stamp on the visa.
Okay.
And I told him, look, I need to get to Cairo because I need to go back to work. And I told him, look, I'm here teaching English. I'm doing my part for your country. And all I ask is that you look the other way and give me the stamp that I need to get back to my job, to my work. And he looked and he said, okay, I'll give you the stamp you need. But if you get caught without that letter, you're on your own. And I said, give me the stamp and you will not hear from me again. Because he can give me the stamp on the visa, but I still needed that letter. And if the soldier asks for that letter and I don't have it, that's it, dude. I'm done.
Dang, dude.
And I told him, look, just give me the stamp.
Done how? Would they just deport you?
Probably. Or throw me in jail.
Throw you? You could have gone to jail?
Probably. Because, security out there is an issue out there. It's an issue.
Oh,
it's a
my
huge
gosh,
issue
man.
out
You
there.
could have gone to jail.
Probably. And I told the guy, just give me the stamp so that I can keep doing my part for your country. So I can keep teaching. He says, all right, keep teaching. I'll give you the stamp. But if you get caught, you're on your own.
Wow.
He put the stamp on the visa in my passport. And he said, good luck. I look at my watch and I had like 15 minutes to get to the bus station to get the next bus, the last bus out of Sinai to Cairo.
So they never asked for the thing, huh?
I jumped on the bus, I got a taxi and I told the guy, look, I need to make it to the bus station right now. And he flew, dude.
Wow.
That guy just flew. Dude. He kind of knew my struggle and just drove as fast as he could to the bus station.
Man. That's crazy.
And
dude.
I got there with 5 minutes left to make it to the bus. I got on the bus and on my way to Cairo.
That guy's a hero, man.
Dude. Man, I just feel so desperate, dude. I was just ready to risk it all. And I did risk it all to get there.
Yeah, you really Could you imagine how bad it would have been to go to Egyptian prison?
Jeez, I don't know. Dude. I don't even wanna-
You
or just,
would have been.
or I thought about getting deported. I was like, this is my time. This is my opportunity to go home. But I didn't push for that more because I strongly felt that I had a job to do. My job wasn't done. I was not done. As much as I wanted to go home, man, my job was not done yet. I was far
it's
from.
Good thing you didn't go home because
and so
you saved those students.
well,
Well, you didn't save them, but you changed their lives.
I helped them.
That second year, it sounds like you
Second year was awesome, dude.
made a really good impact in their lives, man.
I jump on the bus, and here it is, dude. The first checkpoint, and the only checkpoint. It was like halfway already, and the soldier walks in, and he yells something in Arabic, like with authority. And everyone is like fumbling for their for their travel cards and passports and whatnot. He's going down, so I take mine out, and I didn't go to the visa where the stamp was. I went to just where it says United States citizen, my picture. I just turned to that page because I didn't want to go to the visa because then I was afraid that he might ask for the letter. So I just go to the first page, has all my information. The soldier's walking down the hall, down the walkway. He looks at some Egyptian, travel cards.
Yeah.
And he tells them off. He points them. Dude, he kicked 15 people off the bus. And I'm like, dude, if he's kicking his own people out, imagine what he's going to do with me. And he walks up to me. And he has these shades on, right? And he kind of brings them down to his nose so he can look back, get a clear look at me. And he grabs my passport and he looks at it. And dude, it was only just seconds, dude, but it seemed like eternity to me. He looks at it, and then he looks at me, and he looks back at it. And then he looks back at me, and he says, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm American. I'm from California." And he kind of just nodding. He closes up my visa and says, "Have a nice day." Dude, I was so terrified, man.
He wasn't going to ask you for the letter.
No,
huh?
he never asked for the letter. He didn't even look at the visa, at the Sinai visa.
Why not?
He didn't want to. He didn't care.
Dude, you got lucky.
Oh,
man.
dude. He just closed it up, gave it back to me, and says, "Have a nice day."
Honestly, what you did there, just going over there without the letter,
yeah, dude.
that was a stupid decision.
Yeah,
It was you could have been, dude, your life could have been,
yeah.
Your life could have been done, man.
I don't want to think about what could have happened, but
you could have been killed in a freaking Egyptian prison.
Yeah.
I don't know how bad it is, but I imagine Egyptian prisons are not a nice place to be.
Right.
I imagine they're some of the most horrible prisons in the world.
Yeah.
But dude, I'm so glad. That was all. Everything that happened there, that was God saving you.
Yeah,
man.
dude. Yeah.
Sheesh, dude.
I was like, oh man, woo. Gave me my visa back. Went on my way, and I can see the beautiful lights of Cairo.
That must have been amazing.
I made it home, man. I made it home, dude.
Dude,
I made it home.
How anxious and shitting your pants were you when he was looking at you?
Dude, I was shaking, dude. And I try not to show it, dude. I was just like.
Do you think he could tell you were scared?
No, I don't know, maybe. But I was, dude. I tried to play it so cool. I tried to play it really relaxed. But I was like, man, this is it. It's all or nothing here, dude.
Wow,
it's
man.
Because they're two separate visas.
Yeah.
And so you can't, if you have a Sinai visa, you can't get into Cairo. You have to have a letter of tourism. So, which some people did get the letter of tourism. I didn't know that. But I think you had to pay for it, and it was expensive. And I didn't have money. Talk about traveling with no money in your pocket, dude.
That's insane, man.
And I made, dude, and it was like, the lights of Cairo have never looked more beautiful. I was like, wow. I made it.
It must have felt like you made it home, dude.
Oh, dude, I was home, man. I was home.
Like
dude.
nothing feels like home than
Yeah.
barely making
Yeah.
it back. You know. Like,
Yeah. I made it home, and then the next day, I was walking down around the school, and then the head teacher says, "Oh, you made it back."
What'd you say?
Yeah.
That's what you said.
I was at that point, dude. I didn't care if I sounded rude to her. Like,
Oh, I thought it was a guy.
it was no, the head teacher.
Oh, what'd the principal say?
He didn't. I didn't even want to talk to him.
He never even asked you about it?
No, I don't think so. Oh, he said, "Oh no, I remember." He said, "No, that's so cool, man. You escaped Sinai." I was like, "No, it wasn't cool, man." And yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, I'm awesome, but it wasn't cool at the time, dude. I was scared, man.
That guy's a scumbag, dude.
I was scared, dude.
That guy's a scumbag, man.
And the head teacher, "Oh, you made it back."
What'd the devil say?
I didn't care what the devil said.
Was the devil? Did the devil like even know that you?
The devil thought she knew everything. "Oh, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that?" I was
Oh,
like,
did she really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I hate the devil.
But the thing that really ticked me off was the head teacher saying, "Oh, you made it back."
Oh,
Are you
made it back? Why didn't you respond to my message?
I was so angry when she said that. I was like, "You have the nerve to ask me that?" And at that point, I just lost all respect for the administration, dude.
Yeah, and shout out to podcast number 3 or part 2C.
Yeah.
No, that was part 2B.
I was relieved to be home, but I was very angry. I was really upset. But I guess I look back at it, man, and say, you know what? That's just part of traveling, dude.
Can I take a step back and ask you another question?
Yeah, sure.
Um,
Questionnaire, Q&A now.
no. When it comes to the whole thing about you saw the lights of Cairo,
Yeah.
like, how did it feel in that moment when you all of a sudden realized, wow, dude, my home is in Egypt right now?
Yeah,
Like that feeling of homeship in Egypt, was that a weird thing?
it was a real thing because I think at that point I accepted Egypt as my home.
You'd been there for a whole year?
I was already there for just a few months.
Oh, that was only a few months
That
in?
that was only a few months. I started in August, and that was around December.
Wow,
January.
dude, and you had already... So how did it feel, though? Like,
It felt nice. It felt
Oh,
nice to
really?
be home.
was it
I'll-
weird, though? Was it weird to think that was your home now?
Yeah, it was. It felt really weird to be relieved that I made it back to Cairo, back to the ghetto.
That's weird.
It felt really weird.
Because when you first got there, you thought that
I hated
trash
it.
on the streets was cool.
And
Remember
and believe
that
me, dude,
joke?
it was, even though it was home, I was never really comfortable.
Yeah. Because it was home, but it wasn't home.
Yeah, it
Wasn't
just
real
wasn't
home.
home. Yeah, it was my temp home.
You still had the freaking devil there walking around and some jerk-offs in the administration.
Yeah. But at that moment, it's like, this is home. This is home. But I kept that to myself. Because,
You didn't want to tell the people there that was your home.
yeah,
What do you think the imperialists would have said?
I don't care what he had to say. Care less.
That guy sounded like a jerk, man. Wonder what he's doing now.
That was just my first. I think he's still in Egypt.
Really?
Yeah, they're still teaching out there, I think. Last time I heard.
Why?
I don't know.
Why would a person like that want to be in Egypt?
I don't know. Because he feels superior to everyone else. I don't know.
Freak.
A lot of it hurts to say this, but a lot of the missionaries out there think they're better than everyone else.
Yeah.
And we that's one of the biggest problems I had. It's like, how can we think we're better than everyone else? We're here to do a job. We're here to represent God. We're here to represent our country. And we're acting this way, dude? Aren't missionaries supposed to humble themselves? Isn't that what Christ did when he came here? Didn't he become one of us? He humbled himself and became one of us and washed his disciples' feet and slept outside.
Yeah.
And I think he lived off the charity of other people.
Yeah.
Like, aren't we supposed to take up that example? But yet we're here being hypocrites. We go up on stage, sing about God's praises, and then we treat everyone else like crap.
Sing about God's praise, pretend to have this spiritual experience in Bethlehem, and then you don't actually live the real.
And don't live the real thing.
You know, that's sad.
And you mistreat the Egyptians. Or you worry about your legacy.
Oh, gosh, the legacy.
I wonder what my legacy will be.
Dude, your legacy is being some idiot who didn't even care that one of your teachers was... You cared about nothing. But
you know, I had that. I think we might have talked about this in the beginning.
we talked about it in an earlier podcast,
Yeah.
the whole him talking about his legacy.
Right, but it was the ripples in the sand.
Yeah, that's what this is about, man.
You know, look, I'm just a ripple, man. There's many in a ripple. There's many before, and there's many after. I'm just one ring. I'm just one ripple, dude.
Yeah.
There's many before me. I'm only continuing the work of the previous missionary.
There is no legacy.
I have no legacy.
Legacies don't exist, man. That's not what that's about.
It's not about It's not about will I be remembered. I don't care, dude.
I mean, hell, when you were there, did anyone talk at any point at all about someone's legacy there? Did anyone like go up to you and go, so there was this guy a few years back and he was legendary, man? Did that ever happen?
No.
So therefore there's no legacy.
There's no legacy.
Nobody's going to remember him.
No one, the students never really talked about previous teachers.
They didn't care.
Probably not.
Nobody cared, man.
So
The only guy that I could say had a legacy was the guy who cleaned up all the trash, because they actually wrote a newspaper about him.
right.
That's the only guy that maybe you could say he had a legacy.
Right.
But he didn't do it for the legacy.
Yeah.
You know, that's not what he was doing, right?
Right. It was a hard reality for me, because dude, I'm guilty of the same thing. What is my legacy going to be? I'm guilty of the same thing, man. But it was at that moment when I realized, look, I'm just a ripple in the sand, dude. I'm just a ripple in the water. I'm only continuing the work of the previous missionary.
Yeah.
And when I'm long gone, dude, someone else is going to continue the work that I did.
Not going to be as good as you are, though.
Therefore, I'm part of something bigger.
Yeah.
I'm part of something greater. And that's really just what I want to be part of. I just want to be part of something that's bigger than myself.
You're just part of one big sand dune.
Yeah.
It's hopefully going to keep growing.
And so that,
That's crazy,
yeah,
man.
that was just my first year. That was my travels.
So what's the next side story, man? I mean, we're getting a little stuck on some stuff we already talked about.
Yeah. My travels throughout East Africa is next. That's pretty cool. That was pretty cool.
So how'd that start, man? What time in your journey did it start?
That was in the summer of my first year. That was in the summer. Should we take a break?
Guys, before we get into the East Africa story, we're going to take a quick break. We've been running over an hour. I hope you guys have enjoyed this so far, man. That was some of the craziest stories of the whole podcast.
Yeah. I hope people enjoy them.
Oh, dude, people are going to love them.
Matt, did you enjoy it? Matt's doing his homework. Anyways, yeah.
So we'll take a break and we'll be right back. How you doing, everybody? So today we're going to be talking about Africa. Because, as we just left off, Josh just got done with his crazy endeavors in Israel and all that stuff, and now he's back. He's back in Egypt, back in Cairo, and so where do you go from there, man? Where do the side stories begin after this?
So yeah, at the end of my first year, in the summer, at the end of my first year, I decided to go travel with the vice principal. to East Africa. So we traveled together a good portion of it, and then we split up and went our separate ways. So everyone took off. All the teachers took off. They went back to their respected countries, Mexico, Australia, Brazil. I don't know, wherever they were from.
Yeah.
And I stayed behind. And man, the school was dead. It was like there was no one around. It was quiet.
Yeah.
Finally.
Oh,
But
why? Is it usually noisy there?
Yeah, it's pretty noisy.
Why,
Because all the
students
students
are
yeah.
being loud and obnoxious.
They're just being kids. But yeah, loud and obnoxious.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was lonely. It got lonely there. But I was all right.
What else is new?
Jeez, yeah. I hung out with my Arabic teacher. Quote, great guy.
Sounds like it.
His English is like perfect, man.
It sounds like, he did a good job teaching Arabic. I mean,
Yeah.
say something to me in Arabic right now.
Man, it's been a long time.
Are you embarrassed?
I am a little embarrassed to say anything.
Okay,
so.
what if you say...
How about we do it later?
Okay, do it later.
But I have lost all of it, I would say.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't used it since I've
The
been
other
home.
day, I heard you speak in Arabic, and I thought it was pretty good.
Really? I was speaking Arabic? I don't remember.
Yeah, you were reading some Arabic comments on...
Oh.
And that was that was like a different dialect, and you actually did a good job.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem, man.
Yeah, so the vice principal was invited to go do a seminar or to teach at one of the universities in Uganda.
Yeah.
And he knew that I was going to stick around, and he knew that I wanted to go to Africa, East Africa, because
Okay.
we were in North Africa, / Middle East.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, I would love to go. And I said, yeah, I would love to, go with you, join you in your adventure. And so we got all the paperwork ready. I had to get shots because Tanzania is pretty strict. To get into Tanzania, you have to have some yellow fever vaccination.
Yeah.
In order to get into the country. If you don't have the medical records to show that you've had that shot, that particular vaccination, they won't let you in the country. And they take you to like a back room and give you the shot.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we got we got the appropriate visas, whatever, medical records.
Yellow fever's pretty bad, man.
Yeah.
Wait, can I say something about yellow fever really quick?
Sure.
So I heard this story about a guy that was trying to prove that yellow fever is not contagious.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yeah.
And we know now that it's contagious by blood-to-blood contact, right?
Okay. Yeah. I don't know anything about yellow fever, actually.
It's contagious by the blood.
Okay.
That's the only way it's contagious. This guy was so dead set on proving that it wasn't contagious. He got a bunch of yellow fever vomit, and he made eye drops, put it in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
Sorry.
He made incisions on his arm and poured it into his arm.
Oh.
And then he cooked it up in a skillet, and he ate it. He ate the frickin' vomit.
That's disgusting, dude.
And then he was just like, well, I'm still not sick. So he just frickin' ate straight vomit, man.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, something like Stubbins Firth or something. And all that was for nothing. Because he said, I have proven it. I have proven that yellow fever is not contagious.
And he obviously died, right? I hope he died. I mean, that's terrible to say, but
No,
what happened to him?
He didn't die.
He didn't die.
No, because it's only contagious by blood-to-blood contact.
No. Oh, wow. Well, that's okay. Yeah.
He thought that he had proved, that yellow fever wasn't contagious, and it was contagious the whole time. He ate vomit for no reason.
Oh, that's gross.
Doesn't that suck?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, man. Continue.
So, the vice principal, and I'm going to call him the VP, the VP and I were talking about our what countries we were going to travel through in order to get to Uganda. Now, we could have just easily taken a plane directly to Uganda.
Yeah.
Because there's no problem there. But we wanted to be adventurous. We got something called an open jaw plane ticket. So we fly into
What is it?
we fly into a country of our choice, and then we fly out of Uganda.
Okay.
So like an open jaw would be I don't know, we fly into Canada. We fly out of California to Canada, I don't know, Toronto or something. We, I don't know, travel across Canada, and then we fly out of I don't know, a different we go back into the States, and we fly out of that state back to California.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
So we knew we were going to do an open jaw.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we knew we were going to fly out of Uganda. But we wanted to know, like, we were trying to plan out what countries we were going to hit up first. Man, we had some wild ideas. Our first one was to take a train from Cairo all the way down to the border. Let me take a look at the map real quick. To the border of Sudan. Sudan's a crazy place, dude. They don't really like Americans out there.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even think there's a U.S. embassy out there. Well, I think don't quote me on that. I have to look that up.
Wow.
But I know it's not. Americans aren't very popular out there. But we were thinking about taking the train all the way down through Sudan and into Ethiopia.
Wow.
So that was one course. We discussed that a couple times. Of course, I'm getting a little anxious. I'm getting a little nervous. I'm getting a little anxiety about some of these countries we were going to go because Americans aren't very popular in some of these areas.
Why is it that in Sudan they're not very popular?
Because I have political reasons, obviously, but
Okay.
I don't know the specifics of it. I just know that we're not very popular out there. Another one was we were going to fly into Eritrea, visit like one of the hottest places on earth or something crazy like that.
Wow.
And then go into Ethiopia, and then go all the way down.
Ethiopia is a beautiful country.
I haven't looked at it. I haven't.
Oh, the landscape.
I don't remember.
I don't know. Have you ever seen those baboons out there up in the mountains of? Anyway.
Yeah. I know that we were going to go down, but the reason I think we decided not to do that was because it was extremely dangerous and hot. It was dangerous as far as environmental, like it was hot.
Yeah.
It was extremely hot out there.
Yeah, that would have been dangerous.
And then this is the craziest one, dude. So, and this is the one I remember very well because we did some thorough research on this.
Really?
Yeah. We were going to fly into Ethiopia, and we were going to go, you're not going to believe this, dude. We were going to go to Somalia.
What? No, you weren't.
So, here's the thing. Just hear me out. In Somalia, there's a state called Somaliland. In Somaliland is doing everything it can. At least this is when I was in Egypt. I was researching it.
Yeah.
Somaliland was trying to break away from the rest of the country.
Yeah.
It wanted to become its own country, its own
Okay.
state. The reason it was struggling to do that was because the UN didn't agree with it, and they have dreams of uniting the entire country again, or to bring order back in.
That's not fair.
So
The UN?
yeah, UN was involved in it.
The UN is outcasting Somalia, has been doing it for years.
Yeah. And so Somaliland, it's a state in Somalia. And so Somaliland wanted to break away from it. It was breaking away. And so it was actually trying to bring in tourists.
Yeah.
It was trying to bring in people. I found an ad for American teachers or English teachers were wanted in Somaliland to teach English.
Well,
Yeah,
Whoa.
it was crazy stuff, dude.
You should have taught in some.
Dude, just thinking about it gave me anxiety.
That's your
dude.
next stop, man. You're teaching in Somaliland.
And we did a lot of research on that place, and according to the research that we found, was you have to have from the border of Ethiopia. You have to have a bodyguard with you at all times.
Yeah, I actually.
And it's like a mercenary bodyguard or something.
I've heard of this.
And so you have to have a bodyguard from the border to be with you at all times.
Wow.
And we were going to go to the quote unquote the capital of Somaliland. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I think there was a documentary where a guy he went to Somalia, right?
Uh-huh.
Like with cameras just to show what it was like.
Yeah.
And he had like 6 bodyguards surrounding him the whole time who all had AK-47s.
Yeah. Your bodyguard. Yeah, he's heavily armed. And I don't remember. I have to look this up, but I don't remember the capital. It could be Bura Bura. Don't quote me on that.
So what did it look like over there, man?
Beautiful water.
Really?
Yeah, it's really beautiful, crystal clear water. I'm trying to. Anyways, we had to have a bodyguard with us, and we were researching to see who else has done, like any Westerner or has ever done the trip or the journey. We found it was a blog of a girl, it was a girl. We found something online of a girl. Was it an American girl? I think, I don't remember. Actually, did it on her own, dude. She went through Somaliland on her own, obviously with a bodyguard, and She wrote about it. It was a crazy story, dude.
So what happened in the story? I mean,
I don't remember, but she made it out alive, obviously.
Man, you think we could find it and like link it?
Probably. I can try looking for it.
Okay.
But I read her blog, and she gave, if I remember correctly, she gave a lot of tips on what to do and how to do it.
Okay.
But you have to, I think she said you have to keep your not only do you have to pay your bodyguard, but you have to feed him as well.
Oh, gosh.
You have to take care. It's like one of those things. You take care of him, he'll take care of you.
So pack some steaks for him.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I think she was American or Australian. I don't remember what she was.
Wow.
But she made it in and out of Somaliland, I should say.
Wonder if she still knows the bodyguard.
I don't know. And so that state or country was trying to it's trying to become its own, recognized by the UN, but it's struggling. Or last time I checked, it was struggling.
That sucks, man.
You know, that I wasn't very popular about that trip because it actually gave me a lot of anxiety about what could happen.
It sounds scary.
Yeah, I was actually I had anxiety. I couldn't sleep for a couple days.
Wow, man.
Because we were doing a lot of research on it.
Who all wanted to go there?
What's that?
Who all wanted to go there?
It was me and the VP. We were thinking about going. I was interested, but the more research I did, I was like, man, I don't know if this is the safest move to do.
What? Why did people go out there and die?
No, you could though, because it's still Somalia. It's still Somalia.
There's pirates out there, man.
There's terrorism out there.
Yeah, man. Like
it's like Somalia is like a safe haven for terrorism. It's where the Black Hawk Down thing happened.
Yeah, and it's also where the movie Captain Phillips.
Oh, was it really?
Occurred, yeah. Well, it was Somalian pirates that took over a big cargo ship.
Yeah, and the whole movie when Clinton was in office, and that whole mess, it was a disaster. So yeah, just thinking about that, and it gave me a lot of anxiety, and it was pretty stressful thinking about it.
Yeah, I bet, man.
In the end, he said, no, maybe it's not a good idea. It's kind of out of our way anyways. So that was a big relief. Because it was out of our way by quite a few miles. So in the end, in the end, we decided to fly into into Addis Ababa.
So you didn't go to Somalia?
No, we didn't go to Somaliland because it was too out of our way, and we had about 3 weeks to hammer this all out.
And it's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I was actually relieved to know that we weren't gonna do that.
You might not be here right now.
I may not do it if I did survive it, I'd be that would be a crazy story to tell.
Okay.
Man, imagine that, dude.
That would be a crazy story.
I was in Somalia. You know, when I got back to the States, the police or the security guards were waiting for me.
Really?
Yeah. They asked me, "Are you so and so?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "We've been waiting for you."
Why?
Dude, if you look at my passport and there was a red flag put on my passport.
Oh, because they thought you might have been a terrorist?
No. Dude, you look at my passport and Middle East. That's a red flag right there.
So they were worried for your life or what?
Remember, this is the time of ISIS, dude.
Oh, okay.
This was like, it's the Middle East. It's a hot spot, man.
Yeah.
And you've gone to the Middle East. They're gonna put like a red flag on your passport.
So they were just worried about you, pretty much.
No, they just wanted to ask me what business business do I have in the Middle East? What were you doing there?
And you told them?
Yeah, I had to tell them. Yeah, because remember, a lot of Americans or a few Americans several Americans left the country to go fight.
Were there ever any teachers that actually like died out there in the Middle East, or like went out to go like and like betrayed their cause for whatever reason or something?
I don't know.
Oh, you have no idea?
I have no idea. No.
Okay.
Yeah, but and anyways, so we decided to go to Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. And from there, man, it was cold, dude. It was freezing out there. And this was in the summer already. In Egypt, 110. Ethiopia, man, like
High
60.
elevation. High elevation.
Yeah. It was freezing out there, dude. And I loved it. It was like
I bet that
nice,
was relief.
relaxed. Yeah, relief from the heat. From Addis Ababa, we just took buses, man. We took local transportation.
Wow, man.
We didn't stay in any hostels, but we found some good deals on some hotels.
So paint me a picture of Ethiopia. What was it like when you first like landed there and you were seeing the African landscape?
It reminded me a lot of. It looked a lot like Egypt, although there wasn't a lot of trash or any trash. However, the food was majestic, dude. The food was awesome, dude.
Wait, why?
Because look, I'll just be honest with you. Food in Egypt is not the greatest. There's no flavor to it. It's very depressing food. Now,
yeah.
Okay, so Egypt doesn't have the best tasting food.
Yeah.
However, and I forgot to talk about my trip to Siwa. But when I was in Siwa,
the desert,
yeah, it's a beautiful desert. Maybe I'll talk about that later. When I was in Siwa, I had the best chicken I have ever had in my life, dude. And this was in Egypt. I have never had chicken like that ever.
Why was it so good?
I don't know. It was just magic, sorcery. I don't know.
What they
dude.
season it with, man?
I don't know, dude. I didn't care. I ate it, and I haven't had chicken that good since.
Maybe it's just because it tasted so good because you hadn't had good food in a while.
No, bro. I'm talking about this chicken that I'm talking about was in Egypt, and it was the best chicken I've ever. I haven't had chicken this good since.
It was actually the chicken.
It was the chicken. That guy, I don't know what he did.
Okay.
This Egyptian brother, man, dude, I wanted to bring him home with me, man, so he could cook for me because this guy had magic. This guy had magic skills.
Magic fingers, huh?
Yeah.
That's crazy, man. No, the reason I asked that is because, like, I know, for example, like, if you know what's going on in Venezuela with the food crisis there, like, we had my aunt come visit, right?
Yeah.
And this is recently. This was last year.
Yeah.
And when we were like in the hotel when she flew from the airport, like over there in Burbank, you know how hotels have those dumb little breakfast bars where they have like some bagels and like some bananas, right?
Yeah.
She looked at that and she ate her little bagel with cream cheese and she thought it was amazing. She thought it was like a feast, dude.
Yeah.
You know, and that just puts it into perspective. Like
Yeah.
when you're hungry or like when there's not very much good food.
Maybe I was hungry, but that chicken still. I
It
still
was
haven't.
just still good chicken.
I still haven't had chicken that good though.
Wow.
Yeah, even the littlest things taste good.
And that must have made it that much better.
Yeah, there's food in Egypt. Okay, like I said before, the food in Egypt isn't the greatest. It lacks a lot of flavor.
Yeah.
However, Egypt does have some very good memories of food. That chicken, still haven't had anything that good. They have the crepe. It's a savory crepe because crepes are usually with like a dessert, but the Egyptians make a savory crepe. Oh my gosh!
Oh, that
dude.
sounds amazing,
Oh, dude. Oh man, it was amazing crepes, dude.
I bet.
Man, those are two things.
What'd they put in them?
They put like lamb in it, and like they really
So it's
dressed it
kind of
up,
like
dude.
kind of like a breakfast burrito, but
Oh, dude, I wouldn't compare it to that, dude. Breakfast burrito's garbage, dude. This thing was amazing, dude.
damn.
Man, the crepes in Cairo, dude. Wow, amazing. I wanted to bring. There were a couple of times when I wanted to bring the.
Recipe home or something.
I wanted to bring the Egyptian cooks with me, man, because those guys really knew how to cook those crepes, dude.
But then in other places, their food was just kind
It
of
was
bland.
it wasn't all that great.
So you can find some gems, but most of the time it's bad.
It wasn't all that great, yeah. And when you found those gems, dude, you just kept going back, and because
But
it
like,
was
it
good.
costly?
Yeah, the crepes were kind of pricey.
I bet.
They were pricey. They were luxury. That was like a luxury meal, dude. They
Wow,
were
man.
expensive. There was another food thing that it was like beans and it had egg in it.
That sounds good already.
It was really good. The way the guy would make these, I don't know what they were called. It was. So there's three things that I remember from Egypt very well, and it was that chicken that I had, the crepe, and that beans with egg in it.
You know,
I forgot what they were called.
I
but
think
they were
I'm gonna
good.
make a bean omelet now.
You know what? I've tried replicating that before.
Was it good?
No, it was terrible. It had to be done by the hands of an Egyptian, otherwise it won't
Dang.
taste good.
So if I make like a black bean omelet,
I don't know, man. It had, like it just has this type of food has to be done. It has to be
well,
crafted.
they perfected it for years.
Yeah, dude. It
you
has to
know?
be crafted by the hands of an Egyptian.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
It was delicious food. But overall, those were the three things that I remember most about the food in Egypt.
You know, and can I say something about that?
Yeah.
The whole idea of like communication and how cultures should communicate
Yeah.
and how that makes us all better.
Yeah.
I don't buy into that. I think isolation is a great thing. Isolation is a beautiful thing because that's what makes places unique.
Yeah.
You know, and there's like back then, back before this whole like massive, everyone has a cell phone in their pocket, like transportation's easy, quick, and cheap.
Yeah.
Like Chicago and New York City and LA, they were all completely different places, and it's getting to the point where you can't tell the difference between them now. And like, and you look at the foods,
Yeah.
you look at the foods, and the fact that an Egyptian makes Egyptian food, and it's amazing food, because they don't have outside influences, so they
Right.
did it their own way.
Right.
That's
Or
a beautiful.
They had
thing.
local influence on it. Not
Local influence.
globalization.
Globalization is just going to create this big monoculture, and nothing is going to be really that great because, like
I see your point of view. Yeah. I see.
Anyway.
I understand it. Yeah. But yeah, those are when you find these, like I said before, if you find, or like you said, you find these gems and you just keep going back and back and
Yeah.
back. There was good food in Egypt, But most of the time it was, there's this plate, and all these foreigners love this plate, dude, this dish. It's called koshery. Dude, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my life. And everyone loves it, dude.
What was it?
It's like lentils with like, I don't even know. It's like lentils with like onion bits, and it's terrible, dude.
I ain't gonna lie, that sounds good.
No, dude, it's terrible, dude. all the missionaries and all the Americans and all the they loved it, dude. I was like, dude, try eating that for like 2 years straight.
Why didn't you like it?
It tasted awful, man.
Well, everyone else liked it.
No, this is terrible food, dude. I from what I hear, they have it in LA. I'm not surprised, but dude, that's like, come on, man. Egypt has so much better to offer than that.
Yeah, well, fair enough. No, I guess it sounded good to me because my mom makes
Something like that.
lentil soup.
It's not lentil soup. It just has lentils in it.
Oh.
And they put so it's lentils with like onion bits or something, and then they put like the sauce on it, red sauce on it.
Oh.
And they mix it on
kind of dry lentils, and they're just.
It's not necessarily dry, but they can be a little dry. They're moist, but they're not. It's not a soup. And if you're starving, it tastes good. But I wasn't hungry enough to ever enjoy it.
Wow. Well, yeah, I'll take your word for it.
I just felt that there were better things to eat in Egypt than koshery.
Little savory crepes, yeah.
Oh, but koshery, come on, guys. Like, sorry, I knock on that because I hated it. I thought it was terrible food.
Bet you was healthy though.
It's all carbs. Have you seen a picture of me when I was in Egypt?
Yeah.
No, dude.
Well, I mean, lentils are good for you, aren't they?
Yeah, but if you eat, they're good for you, but it just didn't taste good after a while.
I believe that. Yeah. But yeah, I saw the picture of you. Man, you looked fat.
Yeah, because that was all the carbs I was eating. It was all it was a carb based.
By the way, ladies, this man looks amazing. Talking about ripped 6-pack,
Well,
chiseled jawline.
I wouldn't. Well, I don't have that.
This guy's a majestic man.
I would just say I'm healthier than I was when I was overseas.
If you went back to Egypt and saw, some of your old friends, they would like, "What? You're a beautiful man." Anyway, I'm sorry, man. I'm taking you too off track. Sorry.
Well, we just got a sign up from food, so. But yeah, Addis Ababa. I remember going out there. It's nice and fresh and cool. The locals can be a little too aggressive. They want to help you, but they're too aggressive on it. The VP got pickpocketed. They took his passport, but luckily one of the other guys came back and gave it back to us, returned it to us. So we got lucky on that. I remember when we sat down at a restaurant, we had mutton.
Oh, really?
Mutton. It's like
that's sheep.
Sheep. Man, dude. I've never had, man, like these are.
I don't think I've ever had mutton.
This is exotic food, man. This is like, I had mutton in Ethiopia. This is like their main dish.
Why did they not have mutton in America?
I'm surprised. We like stealing everything else. We haven't stolen the good stuff.
Well, I mean, just the fact that well, I guess because we don't really kill sheep anymore. We don't really.
We do lamb.
There's not really a lot of. There's not a lot of wool. There's not a big wool industry anymore. Right. Anyway, sorry, man.
We eat lamb. We kill baby lamb. Anyways.
Yeah, that's sad.
Is a baby. Yeah, anyways. It was good, man. And I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not vegan. Because it's kind of hard to be those things when you're out and traveling about.
Yeah.
But that mutton was so good, dude. And it had like explosive flavors. And we ate it with like this fermented I want to say tortilla, but it wasn't a tortilla. It was like pita bread.
Yeah.
It was like fermented bread or something. And we would rip the bread, and we would get the bread and we would like mix it in the sauce with the lamb and the rice.
Yeah.
And we would eat it. We would gather it we would gather the food with the pita bread, and we would eat it with our hands.
That sounds good.
It was delicious, dude. And then they served us some tea. Man, this is all exotic food, dude.
You know, it sounds like they have a little bit of a Greek influence.
I don't know, man, but it was good. It was amazing.
I bet.
It was amazing. I didn't care where it was from. It was just good food, man. It was good food. The tea's good. The tea was exotic, man. I never had anything like that before, and I haven't had anything like that since. And Ethiopia was more about just trying to get through the country to get to our next stop.
Yeah.
But we went to a church out there for Saturday. We kind of just we just walked around a little bit. I think we went through. Man, I don't remember. Let me take a quick look here. I think we went through the Rift Valley, actually. We saw some amazing sights, dude. We saw a lot.
Did you see like the big waterfalls and stuff?
I didn't see any big waterfalls, but I saw a lot of mountainous area.
Oh, okay.
And we drove through some tribal stuff.
I might be thinking of a different place.
Yeah. We drove through a lot of like tribes location. We took a lot of public transportation.
Wow.
And it was just beautiful sights. We saw some baboons. We saw some jungles. It was just beautiful landscape. Just amazing landscape. And amazing food. I couldn't get enough of the food. We had like this avocado drink.
Wow.
It was awesome. It sounds gross. Avocado smoothie. Does that sound gross? It sounded like not
I could understand it being good.
Yeah, it didn't sound very appealing to me, but when I had tried it, it was like, man, I gotta get another one. It was really
dude,
good.
It's an interesting concept because, Ethiopia is a country that's known for starving people.
Yeah.
And it's because they don't have a big, massive, industrialized agriculture.
Right.
Agriculture sector.
Yeah.
And so, therefore, all the food is natural. It's kind of grass-fed beef, grass-fed, like mutton. The food doesn't have all these pesticides probably and, like, antibiotics and stuff. And so, the food is therefore more expensive.
Yeah.
If in this country we didn't have all these massive consumer markets with all this terrible, unnatural food, we'd probably be starving too, and food would be a very high price because the supply would be so low. The food would be healthier, but we'd probably all be starving, man. We've got over 300 million people in this country. I don't know.
We stopped by one of the universities, and we kind of visited some of the VP's friends out there. Beautiful campus, very jungle-like.
Yeah, you told me about the gazelles.
That's in Kenya.
That's in Kenya. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Sorry.
But we went to the university. We talked to a couple students. We had a tour around the school. It was just nice, fresh place. Some of the students needed help with their English a little bit more.
Yeah.
I contemplated the idea of going to teach in Ethiopia.
Really?
I thought about it. Not recently. This is when I was still in Egypt.
Yeah.
I thought about it. I was like, hey, maybe they can use someone like me.
Or maybe it would be better than Egypt.
Yeah. Probably a whole better administration, probably. So we stopped there, we ate, and we just got on a bus and made our way down. Ethiopia was more about the food and just trying to stay on course. We saw a beautiful landscape. We went through a lot of tribal areas.
Yeah.
And, we made it we crossed the border into Kenya. Now Kenya is, some would say it's paradise, it's absolutely beautiful out there. That's where you see all the National Geographic stuff and the Serengeti.
Oh yeah, the Serengeti.
Serengeti. Part of the Serengeti's in Kenya, and the other part is in Tanzania. That's actually where I did a lot of
Oh, so none of it's in
Sightseeing.
Uganda?
Uganda has some stuff, yeah, but not the Serengeti there. No.
Oh, I thought. Okay, never mind.
So we crossed we crossed the border, and our destination in Kenya was Nairobi. Along the way, we stopped on a couple. We did a safari, and we saw nothing there. So it was. We didn't pay that much money, but it's still money that we had to pay.
You didn't see any
And
lions or.
we didn't see any elephants or lions, or we saw because some type of antelope, but that was about it.
Oh,
We saw some calderas or sunken volcanoes that made lakes. I don't know what they call them, but it was really beautiful sights. Yeah, let me take a quick look at my pictures here so I can jog my memory again.
all right. Yeah, that sounds really beautiful, man.
Yeah, so we stopped where, let me see. We stopped in Marsabit National Park, Kenya, and the lake that I saw was Lake Paradise. Yeah, it was very beautiful. Amazing.
Lake Paradise. Huh?
Yeah. And then we went down near the border of Tanzania, and we went to Amboseli National Park. And from there, if you get lucky, you can see Mount Kilimanjaro. They say she's a very shy mountain. But I got to see some of the slopes, but I didn't see the entire mountain.
Yeah.
Out there is where I saw some elephants, hyenas, almost the whole 9 yards. No lions or crocodiles, but I saw a lot of cool stuff.
Wow.
Hippos.
You saw hippos?
I saw some hippos.
That must have been kind of scary, but cool.
Yeah, elephants. I remember I was in the car, and this herd of elephants just walked through us. It was awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like Jurassic Park, but with elephants.
So was it cool, like, seeing how big they are?
They're massive, dude. Massive animals, dude.
Isn't it amazing?
And I was scared, dude. I kind of poked my head back in the car because I was standing up, so my head was sticking out. Actually, my shoulders, a good part of me was sticking out. And then you see that they're just coming by. I have video of that, by the way. They're just coming by.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah. And there's just like you're just like, man, I better stick my head back in the car. That's powerful, dude. It's just amazing. And then you can see the little elephant trying to keep up.
A little baby elephant?
A little baby elephant trying to keep up.
That's kind of cute.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, we saw some elephants, a lot of giraffes. We saw some giraffes, a lot of zebras. I saw a baby hyena.
Wow.
Some flamingos off in the distance.
Really?
Yeah. We had lunch in the park. I was scared that some lion might come out of nowhere. Yeah, it was just an amazing. Kenya is a beautiful place, man. I highly recommend it. We went to one of the academies out there, which is on the same grounds as the university. Dude, this school is so beautiful, man.
Yeah, you made it sound amazing.
Wow, dude. They call it paradise. So it's well fenced off, well guarded. It's like you have to be invited in order to go in. You can't just show up and say, I want to go check out the school. You have to be invited to get in.
Wow.
By someone from the inside, obviously. And so obviously we were invited. We called them up and told, look, we would like to come visit. We would like you to give us an invitation. We got an invitation. They looked us up. Okay, we got in. When they opened that gate, man, it was just like green for miles, dude. It was like welcome to Jurassic Park.
That sounds gorgeous,
dude. It was awesome. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like beautiful. And as we were like walking around, driving around, you can see like they had like a herd of like gazelle or impalas like just running across the campus. It was insane. It was like the lawnmowers.
Oh, wow.
It was amazing, dude. It was amazing. And we drove by the academy, the high school there. Beautiful campus. If I remember correctly, the buildings are made out of stone, so they have this really unique look.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, we drove around there. The university, wow, wow. It's like, man, that university is probably the most beautiful university I've ever been to.
Really?
Or ever seen on any picture. On any pictures, dude. I've seen pictures of like American universities, right?
Yeah.
And they look beautiful. There's no doubt. But this is like, man, this is an amazing campus, dude. It's like gorgeous campus, dude.
Wow, man.
It was an amazing place. We stayed there for how long did we stay there for? I don't know. We only had like a day visit there,
Oh, okay.
and then we went back to wherever we were staying, which I don't remember.
Did the people seem nice?
Yeah, the people seemed alright. I think the general population was nice. And I think people in the university were okay.
Yeah.
They were welcoming. But there's just something about the local people that I always seem to be better than the people I've worked with or the people I go visit, quote unquote.
Well,
does that make any sense?
Wait, why?
Just the locals.
So the people working at the school weren't very nice?
Is that they weren't very nice? Is that I guess I got so used to having people come up to me and ask me where I'm from, what do I do, that when I came to the campus over here, they didn't really, they did ask where I was from, but they weren't as curious as the locals were.
Yeah.
There, I hope that cleared that up.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Like when I was in Israel, man, the Jews didn't care. We're like, another tourist, whatever. They didn't care.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And not that they weren't nice. They're so used to having tourism there that they just kind of leave people alone. Same thing here. They're used to having tourism. A lot of, visitors. They kind of just like, oh, it's not that they're not nice. They just, okay, cool. You're just another visitor. Tourist.
Yeah.
So, which was kind of like a bit of a relief, but at the same time, I got used to being flocked by people. Say, where are you from? What are you doing?
Wow.
How long are you planning to stay? Come eat at our house. You must stay at our house, or or otherwise you'll insult us if you don't stay. Stuff like that.
Dude, you know what's funny about Kenya?
What's that?
So this is gonna sound dumb and bad.
Yeah.
But when I was in middle school, I had a pair of shorts that was made in Kenya.
No way, really?
Yeah, I don't know where I think I got it at a thrift store or something.
Uh-huh.
But I would wear it in PE and go, I'm wearing my Kenya shorts, so I'm gonna run extra fast today. And I would run the mile whenever I was gonna run the mile, I'd put my Kenya shorts on, man.
No way.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah, Kenya's amazing. I actually would love to work in Kenya. That's an amazing place, amazing country. When I was on a tourist bus, they stopped us and they stopped us for an hour and they started pulling people out. Apparently, some kids were being smuggled in the bus.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what it was all about, but I remember seeing kids being detained. So I don't.
Weird,
it's pretty sad. I actually had one of the security guards, the soldier guy. He looked at my passport, and he says, "Kenya is better than America." And I didn't say anything because I'm on his turf, but it's like I just ignored him. But that was kind of like.
Oh, you didn't acknowledge him?
No, not really. But he looked at my passport. He said, "Kenya is better than America." And I was like, okay.
Okay.
I didn't. What should I argue?
I mean, I would have said the same thing too.
Probably. But I was, I'll give it to him. I'm on his land, and Kenya's a very beautiful place, and I have nothing bad to say about it. I have nothing bad to say of any of the places I've been to.
Yeah.
About the people I've worked with, yeah.
The devil.
Yeah. But yeah, Kenya is an amazing place. I highly recommend going. People going there. At that point, I was discussing with the VP what our next plan was. He wanted to go off and do something else, And I wanted to go into Tanzania and see Mount Kilimanjaro. I really, really wanted to see that mountain.
I don't blame you. I've always wanted to see it too.
I mean, I was there. I'm like only a couple miles away.
Tanzania just looks beautiful in general.
Tanzania is a wild place. Amazing
Man,
place.
they've got some of the most beautiful beaches I've ever seen, like
Yeah.
on pictures.
Yeah, I didn't make. I was actually thinking about going seeing the beaches, but that was at that point I felt it was very ambitious.
Oh.
And because I was out of my way already. By that time, that's getting
I
out of my
thought you
way.
slept on the beaches in Tanzania.
No, only in Jordan,
Oh.
which was still a very beautiful place. Very
Okay.
beautiful beaches. So so we decided to split up. We were in Addis Ababa. No, we were in Nairobi. And he took off, and I stayed an extra night and an extra day, which was a killer for me because I already wasted a whole day because I spent one day. He left, and I spent one day just looking around the city, finding a way to get out of the country and into Tanzania.
Yeah.
And finally, I found a bus that was going there. They weren't leaving until the next day, and it was kind of expensive too.
Yeah.
But I had to wake up. I stayed the night at the hotel. I woke up extra early. And I was a little scared that because the bus was leaving like really, really early in the morning, and I was like, man, I have to walk this, and it's not. It's far. It's not necessary. It's not exactly close. And so, I jump. I wake up and I walk outside, and man, like the city was buzzing, dude. It was like, I don't know, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, and the city was moving. Like there were taxis everywhere. People were trying to get to work already. It was wild. And so I just jumped on the back of a motorcycle. I waved some guy down. I said, I need a ride to this place. And it's like, sure. We worked out a deal. Took me to the bus station and met some cool guy. Man. I met like an Italian guy who traveled to 68 countries. He was a photojournalist. It was crazy.
Wow, dude.
Yeah, photojournalist about 60 some countries. All right.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Did he go to Egypt?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
Oh.
He probably has. I mean, I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
And so I was on my way to Tanzania. I want to backtrack a little bit.
Okay.
Because from Ethiopia to Kenya, at one point we took public transportation, and at one point we had to ditch public transportation because public transportation didn't go all the way we wanted to.
Yeah.
And we kind of had to start hitchhiking. And we stopped in this deserted town, dude. And this truck pulls up, and the VP goes up to him and asks him, "Hey, we need to get to this place. Can you take us?" He said, "Yeah, we worked out a deal." And I rode in the back of a truck, dude.
Whoa.
We drove for miles, dude. And the truck would make frequent stops to pick people up because I guess that's how he was making money, right?
Wow.
And at one point, I was riding in the back of the truck, and I was in the back sitting with all these other Ethiopians, and one of them, they're all the kids, dude. I'm not lying to you. All the kids had these yellow containers, and I don't speak the language, so I'm kind of pointing at it, and he opens it, and he kind of says, like, "Have some," and I look at it, and I smell it, dude. Dude, I almost fainted. It was so strong. It was fermented bananas. It was fermented bananas.
Whoa.
It was a beer. It was beer. And the kids were carrying this stuff around, dude.
They were drinking it?
I think so. I would have, dude, they had, like, all the kids had them. Like little ones, big ones. And I was like.
Banana liquor.
Yeah. It was strong, dude.
They use banana liquor. They use a little bit in Bananas Foster.
Yeah.
You ever heard of that?
No.
It's a really delicious dessert
Is it really?
dish, yeah.
I look back. I was talking to the VP. Well, I'll leave that story out. But I told him that Well, I think about it now. There was, you know, the, when I was also in the back of this truck,
Yeah.
some guys offered me this herb. I see them chewing it, and I asked him what it is, and he said, "Here, try some." And so I'm chewing it, and I eat it. But he said, "No, don't eat it. You're supposed to spit it out afterwards." He's like, kind of making the motion. I didn't know what it was until later. I asked the VP. He's like, "Yeah, that's like some plant they chew on to get high."
What did you feel like?
I ate it, so they didn't give me a whole lot. I was supposed, with the little bit that I was supposed to get, I'm assuming I was supposed to get like a buzz.
You didn't chew on it very long?
I didn't chew on it very long. I ate it.
Oh, crap, man.
I wasn't supposed to eat it. I was supposed to spit it out.
Man, dude, you should have asked him for more and seen what it was like.
I don't. No, I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, you should have just asked him for more and like just kept chewing, man.
I don't know if you were supposed to. I didn't know you were supposed to chew it. So I ate it, thinking that you were supposed to eat it when you're supposed to only chew it and spit it out afterwards. You're supposed to get like a buzz out of it.
So if you would have gone back, do you think you would have tried it again?
That's the question I ask myself again. I always ask myself.
Bro, I would have tried that.
Because I look back and I think about it. I didn't drink the fermented banana.
Yeah, yeah.
The liquor. And I think about it back. It's like I probably should have.
Just to see what it was like.
Not to see what it was like, but just to say I did it. I mean, just to say I was in Kenya.
And you got high off some plant.
And just to say, look, I had an exotic drink.
Yeah.
That you cannot find anywhere in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Or maybe.
What do you think that plant was? Was it like tobacco or?
I don't know what it was. But it was a plant. You see it, like, all the young kids, not like, 20-year-olds chewing on this thing. It's like gum.
What does it look like?
It's just a plant.
I know, but what does the plant look like?
Nothing significant stood out to me about the plant.
I know, but what did it look like? Tobacco?
I don't know. It just looked like a normal plant to me.
Looked like a leaf or?
It's a leaf. It was a leaf.
Oh, it was a leaf.
Yeah, it was a leaf.
Oh.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was a leaf on a stem, and they would chew the whole thing, and then spit it out.
Man, I'm gonna look that up.
Look it up. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's called.
Maybe I'll order some and get you a second chance.
And so, but one of the things I kind of like, man, maybe I should have had a sip of that fermented banana.
I bet you it wasn't very good, man.
Probably not, dude.
But you would have been able to say,
I had an exotic drink.
I drank some banana liquor out of some kid's little yellow bucket.
You think you're cool with your whiskey? I had fermented banana.
Yeah.
But I didn't drink it because it kind of was conflicting with my beliefs and morals.
Oh yeah.
And if I knew what that plant was, I probably wouldn't have.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, I'm not gonna burn in hell for it. So
I mean, just take a sip or chew on a little plant, like that's not...
Yeah, I'm not gonna be damned for it or anything.
Yeah.
But just the experience of like where I'm at.
Yeah.
It's like, man, this is it. I'm here. This is traveling
crazy,
right here.
man.
This is roughing it. So I was in the back of this truck for a couple of hours, man. And I got to meet all sorts of people, dude. Like little kids, adults. It was just good. I was in good company, man. And the kids were always like curious about who I was. And dude, I was in the back of the truck, just laying down with my face covered because of all the dust and everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is really an adventure. This is like what you read or see in the movies.
Yeah.
Riding in the back of a truck with a bunch of kids that they speak a whole nother language. They look different from me, but yet they're people and they have stories to tell,
That's amazing.
And it was like, man, I'm not gonna lie, I felt cool, dude. I felt awesome just riding in the back of that truck. And then we made another stop, and then it was our final stop to get into Kenya, and that was again.
Or you mean Tanzania?
No, Kenya. I backtracked.
Oh, sorry.
And it was the final. I think it was the final leg or something to get into wherever we needed to go.
Yeah.
And again, it was in the back of another truck, and I had to stand up. And we were driving, and we just saw these massive anthills, dude. It's just massive anthills everywhere.
How big were they?
They were big, dude. They were huge.
Give me an estimate.
Like 6 feet. I'm like, well, that's big to me because I'm 5'6".
What? No, dude, that's huge. It's an anthill.
or termite hill. Sorry, termite hill.
Oh,
Termite
I thought it
hills.
was like a 6, like giant ants, like in a 6.
No, it was termite
Well, that's
chimneys. They look like, yeah, they were really cool though.
that's really cool.
Yeah, and we just, we just drove through there, kind of like, well, I want to say it was hitchhiking, but we kind of had to work a deal out with them.
Yeah.
To like, look, it's a long trip. We'll give you some gas money, kind of deal.
Yeah.
But they were just regular trucks, like work trucks, construction trucks.
Were they nice?
Yeah, they were cool people. Very
Were
friendly.
the trucks nice?
They were trucks. I didn't care, dude. I just wanted to get to my next destination.
Well, that's pretty cool, man. That actually sounds like one of the things that I would have found the most interesting.
Yeah, it was awesome, man.
Riding with
Because
some Kenyans.
yeah, I mean, it was cool because we took a lot of public transportation, but at one point we had to ditch it, and then we had to actually, quote unquote, hitchhike.
Take a
the rest of the way.
Kenyan ride.
But I think that was one of the best experience there. That just being in the back, riding in the back of trucks with other people.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah. Cool. It was a cool experience. All right, so back to Kenya, right? I'm in Nairobi, making the last trip into my last trip of Kenya to get into Tanzania. Couple hours, I make it in, and I'm in Tanzania, man. And it's all jungle, dude. It's just all jungle.
Wow.
And it's pretty cold out there too. It's nice out there. And I saw a lot of this in Kenya, but I also saw it a lot in Kenya, but a little bit more in Tanzania. These giant birds, dude. They're massive bird.
What kind of bird?
We're talking like maybe 4 feet tall, dude.
What?
And they look like people, dude. They were just scary, dude. I was like, what is that person?
Not an ostrich?
No. I saw one off in the distance, like on the ground. And I was like, what is that little kid doing out there?
What?
It looked like a kid, like it was as big as a kid, I would say like in 4th grade.
Wow, man.
It was a big bird, dude. And its wings were pretty tight, and it had its head down. And I was like, dude, what is that person doing? What is that little kid doing over there?
Yeah.
And my car was driving closer to it, I was like, that's not a person, dude. That's a bird, dude. The wingspan, it's just opened up its wings. It's like, dude, that thing's big. Its wingspan was almost as big as I was.
No one ever told you what kind of species it was?
I don't remember what it was.
Dang, man.
Um,
That reminds me of a weird experience I had.
Yeah.
One time. I was in Missouri a couple summers ago, and I was just exploring through the forest, right?
yeah.
And all of a sudden I see ruffling in the woods.
Yeah.
This big ass bird that's just walking around on 2 feet, man.
Yeah.
It was tall, man. It was a big bird,
Yeah.
and I did not know birds like that lived in Missouri.
What is it? What was it?
I never found out. It was so weird, man. It was like I tried to chase after it, but that thing ran fast, man.
Really?
That thing had fast running legs, man. Like it was like I think it was like brown.
Yeah.
All right, so it's kind of hard to tell what color things are in the forest sometimes.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, that was. Yeah, I saw that massive bird. So it was kind of scared me.
really,
Yeah. And so, I make my way to the hostel. I forgot the name of the hostel, but it was a really beautiful hostel. Brand new hostel. They were doing some work on it, so it was really clean. Smelled fresh. The owner of the hostel was always arguing with the construction workers that they weren't doing their job. Like, they weren't doing a very good job.
yeah.
But I guess if you're running a hostel at that high quality, I guess you got to be on everyone's back. Um, this is this hostel has a very interesting story because I had the whole room to myself. Because in a hostel, you share a room with like, I don't know, X amount of people.
Yeah.
So I had the whole hostel to myself. And I leave to do whatever, go see if I could, go to the town and eat some food, which I ate some antelope, I think.
Really?
I had some antelope. I think it was antelope.
What did it taste like?
It was delicious. I had goat. Goat. Everyone's had goat, I think. Well, most people have goat.
I've never
Goat,
had goat.
goat was really good, too.
Huh.
Man, I had some good food. Man, they have good food out there, too, man. I come back to the hostel, and all of a sudden I find, like, I'm sharing the room with, like, 6 teenage girls. I was a little confused, but that's a whole nother story for another day. But it was just funny.
Why not?
It's long. It's just a long story.
Wait, why? No, tell the story.
So I was. It was a nice. I forgot the name of the hostel. It was really nice. It's popular amongst tourists.
Yeah.
And so I have the whole hostel. I have the whole room to myself. And I'm like, man, this is pretty good. I didn't think I was. I knew I was gonna eventually share it, but I didn't think I was gonna share it with like, I don't know, 6, 8 other teenage girls who were just there for 1 week to do some work.
Yeah, that's weird.
And it was weird because, well, girls are going to do girl things, dude. And and it's just like, well, I was like 28 at the time already.
Yeah.
28. I want to say 27, but no, I was 28. And it was just weird. I felt really awkward. And like, it's like, yeah, one of the girls said, yeah, I'm going to the bathroom. And I was like, well, I guess I got to go. And, they start showering. It's like, I got to go, man. I can't be here. I just got to get out of here. It's just, girls are going to do what girls are going to do, man.
Wait, is that when they were having a heart-to-heart?
Yeah, that was, I was out late one night. And there was another American guy who actually ended up staying with it was me, him, and the other girls. And this guy was like around my age already.
Okay.
This guy actually spent 3 months in India. He spent 3 months in India, so he was making his way around the world.
Sounds like an interesting guy, man.
Yeah, he was a pretty cool guy. Cool American guy. Finally, another American,
Yeah.
I come back late one night, and he's like, bro, don't go in there. I was like, why? What's going on? These girls are having heart-to-heart. You don't want to be in there. It's like, well, I got it. He's like, I'll invite you. I'll buy you a drink. I was like, all right, well, let me put my stuff away because I'm really tired. Dude, I go in there, they're all crying. And
what'd they say when they saw you?
they didn't say anything.
They just pretended you didn't see that?
So, yeah, I don't know. And I remember one of the girls saying, we're all here for a reason. We're all roomed together for a reason.
Wait, where were these girls from?
I think they were American, but I don't know.
Oh,
I
so
really
they were all
don't.
white, like
Or Brit, I don't know. European. They were European, I think.
they had accents?
I don't remember, dude. I really don't remember.
Oh, okay. Did you ever talk to him?
No.
Not even once?
No.
Because that would have been creepy.
I just wasn't interested, really.
Oh.
I wasn't really interested in
Well,
talking
fair enough.
to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and so. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I just walked in and out. I was like, "You girls can have the room. I mean, I'll sleep outside tonight."
You said that?
No.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
I was thinking.
Did he actually sleep outside?
No. I went out with the guy. I told him I didn't drink, but he bought me some type of fruity drink or something.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
So this was all in Kenya still?
No, it's Tanzania now.
Oh, so how long were you there?
In Tanzania?
Yeah.
I don't know, 4 days.
Oh, okay.
4 days. Remember, my trip is supposed to end in Uganda, so I'm on the limited.
Okay. So what did can I ask what you talked to the guy about?
The American guy?
Yeah, when you guys were out having a drink. What?
We just usually when you meet other people, you talk about, or when I meet other people on the road, I talk about where they've been. I'm curious about where they've been.
So you guys exchange travel stories.
Travel stories.
Did you tell him any of your stories that you told me?
No, I just said that I worked in Egypt as an English teacher.
Oh, so what was he doing?
He was just traveling the world.
Just for fun?
Yeah, he just said it was. He said I raised my middle finger to society.
That's what he said?
And just laughed. Yeah, he was a smart guy though. He worked for a couple years, and then took off.
Interesting.
So he had a pretty big budget. But yet he was roughing it too, though, staying in hostels.
Wow.
And, you know, he told me he spent like about 3, I want to say now 6, but he spent a large amount of time in India.
Really?
And he toured the entire country. He went to like the Blue City. He just been all over the place.
India would be an interesting place to visit.
It would be a very interesting place. But yeah, we just exchanged, you know, where has he been? Where are you going? Kind of stuff like that.
Yeah.
He showed me his passport. It was all filled up.
I guess I was just curious if you guys, like, if you ever had a friendly like a friend type connection with any of these people. Like, if you guys talked about personal life.
The only guy I have ever had that I've met in a hostel that I've had a personal connection with was the guy I met in Jordan. He was from China. That's a funny story. That's a super funny story.
Oh, geez. We
Man,
need to take a step back,
I'm
man.
starting to like remember all these stories.
Let's
now.
hear this Chinese guy story.
Okay, so this was in Jordan, and
Okay.
it was the day. It was like around New Year's Eve time, and I was supposed to, you know, it was my last few days or so in Jordan, and I meet this Chinese guy. The guy speaks 3 languages:
Oh, wow.
Chinese, English, and Spanish. Of all languages, Spanish. Anyways, he's a cool guy. We go out to eat. We hang out. He gives me lots of tips. He tells me where have you been? Where are you going? You know, stuff like that.
Okay.
So we made a pretty good connection. We had conversations in Spanish. His Spanish was really good.
Okay.
And so we exchanged numbers, we exchanged information, whatnot. And then when I'm in, a couple months later, dude, when I'm in, and we kept in contact throughout the time.
Oh, right? Really? Just catching up?
Yeah, just saying hi, how you doing, where are you at now? This guy went to Iran, by the way.
Oh.
He went to Iran.
Dude.
He has beautiful pictures, dude.
What was he doing there?
He's Chinese, dude. I mean,
What do you mean?
well, he can get into those tough places.
Oh, because, they don't really mind the Chinese.
And this guy is crazy, dude. This guy is like super adventurous, man. He's been of course, since he lives in China, he's been all over Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, India. He's been everywhere. And
Wow,
so I
man.
met up with him in the Middle East, or I met him in the Middle East. Okay, so we kept in contact throughout the time from Jordan to my time when I make it to Kenya. I'm in Kenya having a nice cup of coffee. I get a phone call from him. And he said, "Look, man, I'm in California. I know you're from here. I know you got family." He knows I have family there. I need a place to stay because I have nowhere else to go now.
What was he doing in California again?
He was doing his U.S. tour,
Oh, okay.
and he was going to go down to South America.
Oh, dang, dude.
Because he was doing a world tour. No joke.
This guy sounds like a legend, man.
Dude, he is, yeah.
Where's he at? Where's his podcast?
He is currently in Canada, and he's been wanting me to go visit him. And I probably should go visit him if I decide to go to Korea.
Man, you got to visit this guy.
I do. Anyway, we'll get to that point. He calls me up and says, "I need a place to stay. I don't have a whole lot of money. So can you help me out?" And I said, "Yeah, sure. We know each other. I admire what you're doing. And, how long do you plan to stay?" "Oh, about a week." "Yeah, okay. Let me make a phone call." So I call my mom up. And I told my mom, "Look, I have a friend who needs a place to stay. He's only planning there for a week. I told my mom this. Just remember, this guy he is the only person that you will meet who has actually seen your son within the last almost 2 years.
Wow,
a year and
dude.
a half. He's the only one that you will meet who has actually made contact with me. And he can tell you how I'm doing and what I've been doing.
Wow,
he can
dude.
fill you in on.
So that's how you convince your mom.
Yeah. And I told her, just remember that your son is also traveling the world, quote unquote. And and your son has to depend on the charity of other people.
Wow.
And so when you see him, you're seeing me as well.
Wow, dude.
And so she said, "Okay, I'll host him."
That's a beautiful. Was it hard to convince her at first?
No, it wasn't, because my mom knew that I was out, and she was always worried for me about where I was and where I was going. So I convinced her to do that, and she took him in. So the guy didn't stay a week. The guy ended up staying a month. He ended up staying a month at my mom's house, dude.
Why was he there for a whole month?
I don't know, dude. He just stayed for a whole month.
Did he like it there?
I guess it was. I don't know. It was free rent. So
Was he having fun in California while
he
was
was. He was. And you know, my mom told me some funny stories about him. She caught him one time drinking out of the gallon of milk. she caught him drinking just straight out of the milk jug.
there? Yeah.
And my mom would tell me that he would wash his socks in the bathroom, which is what we all do if you travel. Because there's no washing machines.
Yeah.
You just wash your clothes in the shower with you. And
Really?
he would hang his socks in the room. He had his own room, by the way. My mom gave him his own room.
Wow, man.
And he would hang up his socks in his room, and it would kind of smell. It would become mildewy in there. So my mom would just she would kind of just facepalm, and she would just shake her head. But in a way, he reminded my mom saw me in him. It's like, this is this kid is doing the exact same thing that my son is doing, traveling
Well, I mean,
the world.
even just the fact that he's drinking milk out of the gallon, those annoying little shenanigans that mothers have to deal with their sons.
Yeah.
Just having a guy in her house do that probably
Yeah.
reminded her of when
me, yeah.
you were there.
The thing about him is my mom actually really enjoyed his company, because my mom was dating at the time, but she wasn't married.
So she was kind of lonely.
Yeah, and she was super lonely.
Oh man,
And
that's sad, dude.
and my sister wasn't around, and my brother wasn't around, and so the only company she had was this kid, and of course her boyfriend was around. But really, dude, the closest thing she had to a child was that kid, and she didn't care. He would actually go to church with her,
Wow,
and
man.
he would record her playing her guitar at church. In
She
church.
plays guitar.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he would wherever my mom would go, he would go with her.
Wow, man.
And he really never left her side, dude. Like, that entire month that they were together, he never left. And I think that's why he stayed for an entire month. And I think that's why my mom didn't care.
I think he cared about your mom.
Yeah, and my mom cared about him.
So he was raised in China?
Yeah, he was raised in China.
I think he must have a really high respect for, family, like elders,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that's a beautiful story, dude.
Yeah, and I still keep in contact with him periodically, not as often as I would like to. He's a great guy.
Was she sad when he left?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
Because that was the only company, that was the second, the other company that she had other than her partner.
Yeah, man.
And so his journey came to an end with the time he spent with my mom. Obviously, his journey wasn't over. And so he had to go again. And he went all the way down to Mexico, traveled all the way, Costa Rica. I think he even went to Puerto Rico. He continued his journey, dude. He just continued.
And he went back up to Canada.
And last time I checked, he's in Canada. But he
Wow,
was a
man.
cool guy, and my mom really enjoyed his company.
He sounds like an amazing guy.
He's a cool guy, yeah.
Wow.
Very open-minded guy. Very cool, laid back. So that's like the only guy I've ever kept in contact, other than my friend from Australia, which I still keep in contact with him. I have to
Wow.
keep in contact with that guy. That guy drives me crazy.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy.
Well, there's a couple other Egypt people, right?
Oh yeah, I have my Arabic teacher. I still keep in contact with him.
What about the girl?
No, I don't keep in contact with him.
Oh, you don't?
No,
I thought you talked to her every now and then.
every now and then, but I haven't talked to her for a while.
Oh, so it's an on and off thing.
Yeah,
Kinda.
and my two friends from Brazil. I have friends all over the world.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, Not all of them, scattered throughout.
What if you guys all had a reunion?
No.
Okay, if you were a millionaire, if you were a billionaire, would you pay them all for tickets?
I would just go visit them.
Well, what if you said, you guys take off work, I'll pay for if you were a multi-billionaire.
Sure, if I was a millionaire, yeah, come to my house.
Let's all go to Iceland together.
I'll pay for everything.
Go to Iceland, man.
We'll stay at Trump Tower.
That's funny.
Yeah, so he's in Canada, and he's just one of those lifetime friends, man. He's just one of those guys. Wow. Everyone that I talk to, my 2 friends in Brazil, the people who are my Arabic teacher, the other missionary girl that's out there, they're just lifelong friends, man. Am I too far? They're just lifelong friends.
Yeah, man. That's a beautiful thing. Like, yeah. I hate the fact that I'm sorry I keep taking you off on these hour-long tangents and all that, but thanks for telling that story.
Yeah, no problem. I think that was a story that needed to be told.
That was an important story, man.
Yeah, because he's a great guy, and that was a great experience that I had.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the other American guy. We just chatted a little bit, and he took off, and eventually I took off, and the girls stayed behind. Those teenage girls stayed behind.
That's funny.
But before I took off, I have to tell you that I took a tour on the slopes of Kilimanjaro.
Really?
Yeah. I met this girl just walking by, and I told her, hey, I told her that I'm looking for someone to take me, give me a tour around the mountain. And she said, I can do that for you. She was a tour guide. And she said, I have the perfect tour for you. Okay, sure. Tell me, she explained it a little bit. And she, we worked out a deal. And she's like, okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Okay, whatever. I finally get to do something in Tanzania, right? Other than just eat and eat and eat.
Yeah.
And so she picks me up, and I told her, where are we going? It's like, we're going to go up the slopes of Kilimanjaro, Mount Kilimanjaro.
Wow.
That was incredible, dude. It's all jungle. And
must have been beautiful.
yeah, it was amazing. It was around the mountain, somewhere around the mountain. And we stopped by a coffee farm on one of the slopes. It wasn't a very big coffee farm. It was just a small one,
Yeah.
And the tour guy says, all right, here's part of your tours to go out into the farm and start picking your own coffee beans.
Wow.
So we started picking our own coffee beans. And we would, peel them. We ended up peeling them, roasting them, and grinding them down. And we would do a little dance while we were grinding them down. So there's video of this, by the way, of me doing it.
Really?
Yeah, I have video of it, yeah. And so, all the tourists were shy. There were other tourists there. They were shy. They were kind of just like not very into it, They're kind of being shy.
Kind of being shy.
Yeah. And so when it was my turn, man, I grabbed that thing and I was like, let's dance. It was dancing, and everyone got up and started dancing and clapping. And
how hard were you dancing?
Dude, did you see me dance in a movie theater?
Oh, you were dancing like that?
Yeah, but I had the thing and I had to crush the beans. So I was like going in circles and doing little steps in here and there. And, it really got everyone into it. Actually.
That's awesome.
It got everyone. The Tanzanians started clapping and started dancing.
They loved
too.
you.
They loved it, dude. And so, just we grounded it down. And then finally they took it out, and they poured boiling water over it.
Wow.
Dude, it was the most, and I don't know how to describe it, amazing cup of coffee I've ever had, dude. It was powerful, dude. It was on. I
think you drank the spirit of the dance.
I think I drank the spirit of the mountain, dude.
Wow, man.
And it was I picked and roasted and drank coffee on the slopes of Kilimanjaro. It was just incredible.
That's something I would like to do someday.
Now I need to double check the mount. I'm pretty sure it was on the slopes of Kilimanjaro because the mountain was like you walk into the town. Let me see the name of the town here. Give me a quick second.
Give us the name.
I have to give you the name of
The town where you gotta drink some coffee.
because Kilimanjaro is like right there.
You know, man, the guy at Starbucks,
Yeah.
I won't say his name. He was a coffee master, and he's way into coffee.
Yeah.
You should tell him that story, man.
Oh, yeah. I was in. Was it Moshi?
Moshi?
And then Kilimanjaro is like right
Moshi?
there.
Moshi?
It was in Moshi. And then they drove us out like in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's probably kind of hard to locate, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's the kind of thing where that's not really a big online tourism type of thing, was it?
Not well, a lot of Americans go out there to climb the mountain. A lot of people go out there to climb the mountain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest mountains in the world.
Really?
Yeah. It's probably like I think it's one of the top 7. Is it 7 biggest mountains in the world?
Yeah.
Or continent.
It's the biggest. It's the biggest mountain in Africa.
Yeah.
So.
And so that's why people go there to conquer the mountain.
Yeah.
But I'm not there to conquer the mountain. I'm there to conquer myself.
No, you're there to conquer that coffee bean, man, and dance while you're doing it.
I want to say it was on the slopes of Kilimanjaro, but I can't. The mountains is not. It's not showing me the mountain here. But is it safe to say that I did drink coffee on the slopes of Kilimanjaro, or one of the slopes, or one of the mountains? I don't know. Let me hang on. Anyways, I roasted coffee and drank it. And it was powerful stuff, man. It's the best cup of coffee I've ever had.
Was it strong?
It was very strong, dude. But it was like good.
You could taste the land.
I can taste Mother Africa.
You know, because I was talking about that today when I was drinking that dark roast.
Yeah.
Like I said, it tasted like a cigar. You know, like that's the thing about coffee.
Yeah.
You can taste the land that it's grown in.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why you know, coffee fanatics. That's what they love about it. No cream, no sugar.
Yeah.
You taste the place it was grown, man. And
Yeah.
so I can only imagine the taste of that little small Kilimanjaro. Like those coffee beans are grown with love. They're grinded with a loving dance. You know, like that's a beautiful thing, man.
Okay, so I'm looking at a map now, and there's no mountain around it but Mount Kilimanjaro.
Oh.
And we were not on a hill, dude. This was a mountain we were on. Like, okay, so it wasn't like directly on the mountain, obviously.
Yeah.
But it was on. I was already kind of going upward.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at that Mount Kilimanjaro is the only mountain there.
It's at the base of the hill.
Yeah, it was on the base of the mountain.
Oh, wow.
So I roasted coffee on the base of Mount Kilimanjaro.
That's cool, man.
That was really cool. Yeah, because there's no other mountain around it.
Yeah, so what was after that, man?
So we roast. That coffee was majestic, dude. I've never had coffee that good, and I believe that I will have coffee that good again, but not while I'm in America.
Probably not.
And so, once I did that, I saw some beautiful waterfalls. I saw some chameleons, some giant slugs, dude.
Giant slugs?
Giant,
How big?
Dude, they were like 6
Whoa,
inches.
dude.
They were huge, dude.
Must have been weird looking.
Gross, yeah. Met up with talked to a couple of Germans.
Okay.
I talked to this kid that he was just like straight out of high school, and he took a year gap, a 1 year gap, a gap year.
Yeah.
He was out there doing some work, some humanitarian work.
In 6th grade?
out of high school.
Wow.
He was out of high school. Things are different in Germany, I guess.
Yeah.
He spoke really good English, so it was nice to talk to someone else. Yeah, it was an incredible time. Got to tour with this guy. I was offered to have a sip of the banana liquor.
You were offered another sip of banana liquor.
Another sip of this guy had some. The teenager had some, but I didn't.
You didn't drink it this time?
I didn't drink it.
Not even just a taste and sip?
I know.
I don't blame you. I mean, I'm not trying to
Yeah, I know.
crap on you for it.
And so, yeah, that was I met some incredible people, did some incredible things. I loved it, dude. Tanzania is beautiful. And so I jump on a bus to Uganda, dude. My original journey was supposed to go into Rwanda. I was supposed to go into Rwanda and then go into Uganda.
Okay.
But I was reading online that things were pretty difficult to get in. Not politically, but just to get the road, the buses. There wasn't really a lot of transportation going that way.
Yeah. See, I had the previous priest at my church was from Uganda.
Uh-huh.
From Uganda.
Yeah.
And I thought we talked to him about the Serengeti one time. That's why I thought part of the Serengeti was in Uganda.
I'm looking at the map here. It might be.
It doesn't matter, man. Just
I have to look carefully at these maps. Okay, so sorry, I gotta retrace a little bit.
yeah, no, that's okay, man.
Where is this place?
Well, do you want to take a quick break
Yeah, sure.
while you're collecting your thoughts? We're at an hour and 27 minutes. I hope you guys have been enjoying so far. This has been a great podcast so far. This is one of my favorite podcasts so
I'm glad
far.
you like it. I hope the listeners like it too.
And this is probably like the last part of Africa, right?
This is the last. Uganda's yeah. I'm on my way to Uganda, and that's the last part.
All right, guys. So after a quick break, we're going to go talk about Uganda and see where we go from there. And we're back.
How's it going, people? So I was at the end of my trip in Tanzania, and I had to make my way to Uganda. So I jump on a bus. So my original plan was to, take a bus all the way to the next town over, which I don't remember the name, but it's next to Lake Victoria. And I think it is called Mwanza. I think that was the name of the town that I had to get to. Anyways, at this town, Mwanza, the plan was to jump on a ferry all the way to Uganda. Because if you look at a map, Mwanza is right on Lake Victoria, right next to it. And if you can't get that ferry, you have to continue all the way around the lake, which is another couple hours.
Was it a pretty lake?
It just looked like a lake.
Well, was it like a forest environment? Or?
Yeah, it was. It was kind of jungly.
So was there like beaches on the lake or no?
No, I think someone told me to stay off the lake because there's worms in it, and they burrow into your feet and legs.
Oh, so that's not a very nice lake.
Probably not a lake you want to get in, right?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Whether he was joking or not, I believed him. It's like, yeah, I probably don't have time to go anywhere.
I think he was telling the truth. I mean, probably.
It might have been. So I jump on a bus and I did my research and I found the ferry. There's a ferry company and whatnot that could take me directly to Uganda, right where I needed to get. I get to Mwanza. It was late at night. I'm tired.
Yeah. And
I check into my hotel, and it's already like 11 o'clock. And I call the company that does the ferry, And they told me, no, we don't do that anymore. They don't take, we can't, your trip that you want to go directly to Uganda from here to there, we don't do it anymore.
Wow. Why not?
I don't know. They just stopped doing it. So I have to come up with a plan quick to get to Uganda
Why'd you want to go to Uganda so bad?
because that's where I was meeting the VP. And that's where he was teaching, and that's where we were going to fly out of.
Okay,
together.
so how'd he get there then?
He went a different route.
What route did he take?
I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't ask.
doesn't matter?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't care. And so I ended up having to get out of bed and going to the bus station and just kind of shopping around to find a ticket that can get me to Uganda.
Okay.
I was pretty stressed out. Eventually, I found a company that was on its way to Uganda. So I had to wake up early in the morning. And again, in Africa, dude, like people are already moving like at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Like business is already open. Like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning.
3 or 4, huh?
Yeah.
Why?
That's just the way it works in Africa.
They're just morning people.
That's just the way it goes down in the bush in Africa. Africa. And so I was relieved that I was able to get all of this done. And so I go to sleep, and of course I can't sleep because I'm just anxious that I don't want to miss the bus. But I got some sleep in, so I get up early in the morning, check out, and then jump on the bus, man. And the bus is like ripping, dude. It's going fast.
Whoa, really?
The bus is moving, dude. And all of a sudden the bus stops, and everyone, and the driver says, "Everyone get out." So we get out. I was like, "What's going on?" And they loaded up 2 buses, dude, on a boat. And I was like, I thought we weren't going. I was like, I thought we weren't going on a boat. Apparently we are. And they loaded the 2 buses on the boat, dude. And from
like a ferry?
Yeah, like a ferry. And from the town, and it kind of took us to like on the other side of the lake, but it was still in Tanzania.
Oh, okay.
It was like maybe an hour, 2-hour trip.
All right.
And I just got to see the sunrise.
You got to see the sunrise?
I got to see the sunrise.
That must have been...
It was awesome, dude.
Did you take a picture
I
of
do
that?
have a picture, but it's not all that great. I don't
Why
think.
not? Why not?
I took a picture of it, and I love the air. It was just fresh air.
If you guys don't know me, I love sunrises and sunsets. Like, it's one of my favorite things, you know? If you go on my Instagram, that's like most of the pictures are sunrises and sunsets.
You can't really see the sunrise there.
Oh, dude, that's gorgeous, man.
It's just a little orange.
And you know that was like 10 million times more beautiful in person.
Yeah. And so
That's cool, man.
I kind of just hung out there, and
It must have been a nice moment.
it was any moment where it's because you're traveling, everything's kind of like rush, like
Yeah,
anxiety. So anytime you can actually sit down and enjoy a view, a sight, or some company, it's just awesome.
Yeah, honestly, that's the part about traveling that I've experienced that I don't like.
Yeah.
Is being herded like some freaking sheep.
Yeah.
You know, like if I'm out in a place, I kind of just want to take it easy
Yeah.
and go at my own pace.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. So eventually the boat made it to the other side, but I'm still in Tanzania, and they load us all back up, and the guy just rips again.
Wow, man.
And just goes and just keeps going. And eventually I make it to Uganda. Kampala. Kampala is my destination. But
Did this little trip cost a lot? Like
yeah, it cost a couple.
the fast drivers, they're like,
Oh, the whole trip cost some money, but you'd be surprised how much money I spent and still had money left. I mean, you
didn't even save that much money up.
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't save a whole lot of money.
Like working at that school in Egypt, you didn't save a lot of money.
I didn't save a lot of money, and I didn't make a lot of money while I was in the States either. So, if you think you need a lot of money to travel, you don't.
How much money was it? Oh, like everything.
Well,
Like,
I took about $3,000 with me overseas, and it lasted. By the time I got home, I only had $700 left.
What was your expenditure while you were living in Egypt? Like, what I'm trying to ask is like about how much did you make, if you're comfortable saying that, and how much did you spend?
Yeah, I don't know those details. I really don't remember.
Oh, but you can't even give like a ratio, maybe.
You know, because I wanted to save money, because I didn't want to spend a lot of my US dollars, I saved it all up. So I saved up all the money that they would pay me, which wasn't a lot, which was nothing really.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
it was dirt.
Whoa, dude.
They paid. They. I think I would have been better off if they paid me in food.
That's sad.
That's how bad it was. I would have been better if they paid me off in like chicken or something. No joke. I would have been better off if they paid me in chicken.
How'd you survive out there?
I ate their food. I would just eat their food. And you saw the picture of me, dude. You saw my driver's license. That picture on my driver's license was like a day after. Like,
You sure as heck weren't starving, that's for sure.
it's not that I was starving, dude. It's just
It's a bad diet.
it was just a bad diet.
Yeah, yeah.
It was just all carbs.
Yeah, I know.
It was just all carb based. And so
You probably weren't exercising a lot.
I wasn't exercising a whole lot either. Dude, it was such dirty air.
Yeah.
It was just smoke in the air, dirt.
That's
it wasn't
another
clean,
reason.
dude.
Having bad air,
Yeah.
it's probably hard to lose weight, you know?
Yeah. I remember waking up a couple times in the middle of the night gasping for air. Because I was just
Whoa.
like, I would wake up several times. And it was just like my breathing was like, I can't breathe. Like
Well, you almost died from some sort of bronchitis, didn't
Yeah, you know, my last 3 months in Egypt, I was sick for 3 months, and the doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with me.
Because the healthcare there is really, really
Well,
bad.
they took me to the Piester doctor, which is the penny doctor.
And he didn't know what the heck
He
was
didn't.
talking about.
He told me that I was in risk of becoming pre-diabetic if I wasn't already. And that's when I knew I couldn't be there anymore. I had to go home. It was time to go home.
Well,
So that's when I went to these other countries. Like, man, I'm actually eating some really good food. So it was like, I cross the border and I make it into Uganda and I land in this small town. I don't remember it. But the thing that stands out to me the most about this town is the bus station and how chaotic it is.
yeah.
It's insane. It is insane. I think you can go on YouTube, type in Uganda, organized chaos or something. You can probably see a video of it. I was there. So you just go and I know that my destination was Kampala.
Yeah.
I knew that my destination was there, and I needed to get to the university because that's where that guy was, the VP.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I go into this huge place, and it's just a bunch of honking and people yelling and screaming, and you know they're saying the names of the towns that they're going, so they're trying to wave people to their direction.
Yeah.
And it's just honking and everyone's shifting, like everything is shifting, like slowly shifting. And I finally found the guy, my bus that's going to Kampala, and I told him, you know, we work out a deal, or no, the deal was the price is already set, so there was no working out anything. And so I jump on his bus, on his little cart thing, on his van. This was a van. And I swear we were like, the car wasn't on, but we were all shifting somehow. Like all the cars were like slowly moving.
Why?
I don't know. It's just making room for other vans to come in and
So
out.
the whole floor is shifting?
Like everyone is moving. Like everything's moving.
Is it like a big turntable?
No, it's just the cars are moving. It doesn't feel like you're moving, but it's moving. There's a video.
Oh, you
on
mean
it.
the traffic's moving?
Yeah, the traffic's moving, but it's all in this area,
Oh, he's...
and it's like honking and screaming and yelling. There's so much chaos, but it's organized chaos. It's controlled chaos.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah. It does. It does.
And so I was just, man, it was just being there. It was like, that was like the highlight. That was like the highlight of being in that country. It was
Yeah.
amazing. And eventually, you know, we get out. My van driver gets us out of there, and we head to Kampala. And I make it to the university out there, and the university is very beautiful. There's something I do want to say. When I was on the van making my way over there,
Yeah.
you know, traveling on your own is easy because you have the flexibility to move around freely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't have the criticism of other people or the arguing that comes with being with other people. I want to go here. I want to go there. You definitely don't get the criticism of you
dude,
shouldn't
I
have
hate
done
that.
that. You shouldn't have done this. You don't get that. That doesn't come with traveling alone. If you make a mistake, the only person mad at you is yourself.
And then whenever you're all like seeing something,
Yeah.
like you have people that are like all like wanting, like some people want to be there and like take their time, and some people just want to rush out of there, and it's that pain in the ass.
And so
That happened to me while I was at a flea market in Hawaii.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because we had to be in groups, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was like, stay in a group of 4.
yeah.
It's like, I wanted to take my time, right?
Yeah.
And like take my time in the flea market. You know, I kind of like, that's kind of how I am at those types of things.
Yeah.
And then like the people in my group were just like, you know, it's like I never got a chance to look at the stuff I wanted to look at.
Yeah.
Because I was, you know, being tyranted by people that were just going and looking at the stuff they wanted to look at, and
Yeah.
you know.
Okay, so that's the benefits of being with traveling alone. However, traveling alone does get very lonely.
Yeah.
And there were times where I wish I had someone, a friend, a significant other, to share that moment with.
Yeah.
So there are benefits to it, to traveling alone, and there are benefits to traveling with someone else.
But I bet you, traveling alone, you meet more people and are more likely to make a connection with somebody
Maybe
that you don't know.
Yeah, I can't really say because I did travel with this one guy, but
Well, because from what I've experienced is like if you go do something with a friend,
yeah.
you're just talking to the friend.
Oh,
the whole
that's
time,
right. Yeah, I see.
And
what
you're
saying.
not really trying to talk to new people.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you're being alone. You're forced to talk to other people.
And that's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, because you really gotta use your people skills to communicate with to get directions.
And it's just fun to meet new people.
Yeah,
Like,
it
it's-
is. Yeah. But it did get lonely, and there were times where I wish I had someone to share those moments with.
Yeah, I bet.
So in Uganda, it's all jungle, and you can see monkeys just swinging on the branches. It's incredible. You can hear all these exotic birds.
That sounds beautiful. Man.
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's all jungle. Giant cockroaches, the size of birds with big wings, dude.
That's scary.
Massive cockroaches. Geckos are out there.
That's terrifying.
And when the campus is beautiful. It's also very beautiful. Not like Kenya, not like the university in Kenya,
Still beautiful though. Huh?
but still very beautiful. Very well maintained.
They didn't have any gazelles running around.
No gazelles in this one. They had monkeys though.
Oh, they had monkeys.
Yeah, because monkeys get in wherever they want. But
Monkeys
yeah,
are cool, man.
there were a few monkeys, a lot of birds.
Can't stop the monkeys.
The thing is that the university doesn't pay the teachers very well, so the teachers end up like buying chickens, and so they start their own like chicken coops.
Really?
Yeah, so they can
Selling
feed
eggs?
them. Selling eggs or to eat them.
Oh, okay.
And so it was really cool that you'd be on the road, and these chickens would be just hanging out, and then they see you coming and they run to their coop. It's so cool, dude. It's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
And those are free range chickens. Free range
chicken.
Ugandan chickens eating worms.
Were they good?
I didn't eat a chicken. Not from there. So there was one time I wanted to go into the nearest town to try some of the local food. So I'm at the bus stop, waiting, and all of a sudden this van comes up, and the guy pokes his head out and said, "Where are you going?" "Oh, I want to go to the next town over." It's like, "Jump on in." And I was like, "Should I do
Is
this?"
this some random guy?
Some random guy. And
Was he African?
yeah, he was a Ugandan. Yeah.
Huh.
And Wakanda, no.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Actually, if you see in Black Panther, if you see where they zoom in to where the country Wakanda is, it's actually where Uganda is.
Really?
Yeah, or near it.
How do you know that?
Because I saw the maps. I saw the maps.
Oh.
It's near.
Oh, you mean like on the map?
That's on the
in
map.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
it kind of zooms in where Uganda.
I thought you were
and
talking
Tanzania
about the
is.
landscape.
No. Anyways, that was unnecessary.
It's interesting though.
Yeah. So I jump in the van with this guy. I have no idea who this guy is, but the VP knows where I'm going, and so people know where I'm headed. And I told him, look, I want to try some local food. I want to eat Uganda's finest food. Can you take me to where I can get this?
Okay.
And it starts to rain. It's a jungle. It rains. And he's like, yes, I know. I don't know a Ugandan accent, but he said, yes, I'll take you. I know the best place.
Really?
Dude, this guy takes me to a hole in the wall.
What was so great about it?
Well, a hole in the wall. Dude. It's just a restaurant, a hole in the wall. It's just like, it's a shack.
Well, isn't that usually a good thing?
Hang on. So I was like, okay, I'm not expecting a 5-star restaurant or anything. So I was like, okay, I go in there. And I told him, look, give me something good. Order something for me that is good, like something that is memorable, something I won't forget, something that I will tell my children's children.
What did he say to that?
He's like, I got something. He said, relax, I got something for you. All right, whatever. He says something in Ugandan to the waitress. And so I saw her open the back door, and they were cooking the food out in the alley. It looked like an alley.
Yeah.
But they bring the food to me, right? This is a big meal, dude. This is a big
Really?
meal, yeah. Like food means something here. Like this is a big meal.
Wow, man.
And he said, so he told me to open. So there was something wrapped in banana leaves. And he said, open it up. So I open it up. Dude, it was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't know what it was, like white mush. It looked gross. It looked terrible.
Yeah.
It was like, dude, I don't know how I'm gonna eat this, but I have to eat it. If I don't eat it, I would be disrespecting my host. Like, I have to eat this.
You would have made an ass out of yourself.
Dude, I had to eat this food.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, you get the rice and the meat and you mix it up with mix it up. And then, dude, when I mix it up, dude, it's just like, dude, I don't want to eat this anymore.
What?
It already didn't look.
Why? Just because it looked like mush?
It looked like someone chewed their food and spit it out, man.
Why? Because it was moist looking? I mean,
yeah, it was just mush, dude.
Like just mushed up bananas and stuff?
I don't even know what it was.
Okay, how'd it taste?
Dude, it's the best food I ever had.
What did it taste like?
It was awesome food. I don't remember, but I remember saying, this is good food, man. This is
Can
awesome
you describe
food.
the flavor at all?
I can't even I don't remember what the flavor was.
Was it sweet? Was it sweet? Was it savory?
No, it was savory, dude. It was just like, I can't have enough of this food.
It was completely savory.
It was awesome, dude. It was Uganda's finest food. Ate it all up, dude. There was nothing left, dude. I ate the whole thing.
Man,
it was so good.
This guy brought you to the right place, dude.
I was like, man, Uganda is my home. Dude, the food looked gross. It looked. I was like, dude, I don't know how I'm gonna eat this. Just looking at this.
Do you think he could tell by your facial expression, or did he?
Oh
just,
no,
like,
I hid that, dude. I learned to hide my emotions at that point.
Yeah. So
Because
like when
whole
you smelled
Asian
that banana liquor and almost fainted, you just had a smile. Like,
Yeah, I just had a smile on it. But dude, I look at this food. It's like there's no way. I'm telling myself there's no way I'm gonna eat this. And then he starts mixing it all up for me. It's like definitely not eating this.
and then you tried it. And
then I tried it, dude. And it was like, dude, there's no way. Wow, I can't believe how awesome this tastes.
I really wonder what that tastes like.
I'll have to go look it up online and find it. But dude, it was like dynamic.
You know, that's the funny thing about hole in the wall places.
Yeah.
A lot of times they're the best, man.
Some of the best foods, right?
Some of the best foods, yeah. I mean, even back here at home,
Yeah.
like there's a hole in the wall barbecue place
Yeah.
in Big Pine,
Mm-hmm.
and it actually won a contest,
Really?
like a BBQ contest. You ever heard of Copper Top Barbecue?
No, I haven't.
Oh, dude, if you
Dude,
ever,
we'll have to go.
yeah,
We'll have to go.
they've got some really really good tri-tip, man.
Oh, dude, we gotta go.
All right, yeah, that'd be a fun trip.
Yeah, it would. But yeah, that food was phenomenal. I was like, man, this is going on the list of some of the best food I've ever had. I've ever eaten. I've ever devoured. It was, man, I can't even describe how good it was. It was awesome. And I ate everything he ordered for me, dude. I ate it all. It was just good. It was awesome food. It was just, man, where has this food been my entire life? It was just good. That moment with that guy was the highlight of Uganda. The controlled chaos, organized chaos, the food that looked disgusting but was delicious.
He sounds like a cool guy, man.
He was a cool guy. He actually ended up taking me to his church.
Really?
Yeah, he had a church. He ran a church. And so we went, he took me there. We visited. I visited.
See, that wouldn't have been the same if you had someone with you.
Right. Yeah, because that other person might say, no.
See, you got to know that Ugandan guy a little bit.
Yeah.
You tried his favorite meal. You went to his church. The other guy wouldn't have gone to his church.
Yeah.
Like you were just going and doing it your own way.
Yeah. I roughed it, yeah.
And getting to know this guy a little bit. Like just some random Ugandan.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
And it was just the courage to say, okay, I'm going to get in a car with a stranger. I don't recommend that.
But it was a great decision, dude.
Yeah, it was it was a great choice. It was a risky, but it was well worth it. It was well worth it.
This is amazing, yeah.
But that food, man. And yeah, he showed me his church, and eventually he dropped me off, and we parted ways. And that was the end of that story.
Man. Wonder what happened to that guy.
I don't know, but God bless him because
what did he do for work? Or what did
I don't remember.
Was he Christian?
I think so. Yeah, he was Christian.
So, man. So did you talk to him about life though in Uganda and like?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about life.
Like
I don't remember because that food was still that. The most important thing was the food to me.
I mean, this was like 2 years ago and stuff.
Yeah, and
man, this is why you on your next journey you got to take a journal.
A journal, yeah.
Because, man, if you could look back, wouldn't you want to see what you talked about with him?
Yeah,
like the fine details.
The finer, yeah. I mean, this whole podcast, I'm trying to remember as much as I can.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is I can't always I don't remember all the details. And if I do, it's already like, man, we're way past that point already.
Yeah.
And one of the final trips I did while I was in Uganda, we went on a river raft. In Uganda. I forgot the name of the river. But it was an incredible experience because I've never been river rafting.
Was it like raging?
Yeah, it was like a category 5 or level 5 or whatever they say.
That must have been crazy fun.
And that was my first time.
Yeah.
And I know if it's your first time, you don't go on stuff like that, 5s or whatever. You've heard the ratings before, right?
Yeah, kind of.
And I know it was a level like 5. And I know they don't put beginners on that.
Yeah.
But they put me on that because it's Uganda and anything goes. And it was tourist. It was a tourist place, and so there were people from all walks of life all over the place. A lot of Europeans, mostly. It was always usually Europeans, and almost no. I was the only American.
Really?
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
It's just because Americans are boring.
I think Americans make themselves very comfortable.
You know what it is?
What's that?
Americans want to go to Europe.
Yeah, no joke, dude.
Europeans have already seen Europe.
No joke, dude. Everyone I talk to, I want to go to Europe. I want to go to Europe. The world is more than just Europe.
Yeah.
Like, look, man, we have South America not too far from here. Like, that's an exotic place, dude. That's exotic.
Yeah, man.
And there were a lot of Europeans out in Africa.
And talk about good food, go to South America, man.
Don't get me started on that, man. I mean, really. I mean, if I go to South America, man, I may never come back.
Oh, shoot,
that's why I'm leaving that to the very end because I may
Really?
never come back.
That's funny, man.
Because that's more of a, that's I'm being Hispanic and being able to speak the language and
Yeah.
it's and the food. I think it's still I still think Latin American food is the greatest food on earth. But
Oh,
that's
yeah,
just
it's-
my non-biased. That's my non-biased opinion.
Dude, no, man. When I was in Venezuela as a kid, that's one of the most memorable things. It's
just
just
food.
good food,
Yeah.
like left and right, anywhere you go. Like, and it's so sad now because now it's like there's not really food there. But
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, man.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I went river rafting on one of the rivers. That was an awesome experience. The VP and I did that together. We rafted through the jungle. My boat got flipped over. We flipped it back. Just had an amazing time. Met some incredible people.
Did you get wet?
Oh yeah, I fell off the thing. The boat flipped.
Oh, the boat flipped.
My raft flipped. Yeah.
Whoa. Wow, that must have been dangerous, man.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I had to wear a helmet, safety gear.
So how'd you get out of the river, that raging rapids, man?
Well, it eventually calmed down, and we just flipped it over again, and we all got on.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
The river calmed down?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it had a lot of rocks. There were some big boulders sticking out of the water. Some tough, hard dives.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was all experience. No one got hurt. Yeah, it was just beautiful experience, man.
I bet.
Beautiful experience. I wanted to say it was one of the Nile River because the Nile River splits into two: the White River and the White Nile and the Blue Nile.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was any of those Niles. I think it was just some random river that we were on. Let me take a quick look
Probably.
here.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even close. Anyways, it was a fun experience.
That must have been cool, man.
Yeah, and then we finished that up. A lot of beautiful European girls out there.
Yeah.
A lot of beautiful people.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
So, I've always had a predisposition towards quote unquote tourist traps.
Yeah, I try to stay away from this.
And so, like, would you say that you have way better experiences or just as good experiences going to like the big ones like the pyramids, or just some random ass Ugandan takes you to a restaurant and then you go river rafting at some random river?
Being at the pyramids, it was a bit of a nightmare because people there are trying to sell you whatever they can, dude. They're in your face trying to sell you stuff. And we went through it during a time where there wasn't a whole lot of people there. So that was nice. But people are just like, the vendors are just trying to sell something. And they're always in your face. And it's just like, they want to give you tours. It's like, I don't do it. I'm just here.
Well, plus since
trying to do this on my own.
there's low tourism that year, they're extra
Yeah.
anxious for money, man.
And the thing is that I try to do it during the off season of tourism.
Yeah.
So when I was like, no one really, in Jordan, Middle East, I did it during the winter. So it was like low tourism there. There were tourists, but it was very low, and to the point where it didn't bother me.
Yeah.
So I try to do a lot of the stuff. If I want to go to like tourist spots, I do it during a time where it's low tourism.
And the tourists you do meet are crazy people that are traveling the world.
Who are actually, actually traveling the world and not just, we're only here for like a few days.
We're only here for the pyramids.
Which I was only in these countries for a few days, but I try to stay away from the tourist places as much as possible. Or I was during a time where there wasn't a lot of tourism, so I went to these quote unquote tourist traps. When I arrived there wasn't a whole lot of tourists.
Yeah.
There was a guy who wanted to make the list of like people who traveled the most who traveled to the most countries. He would literally, if I get this correct, he would literally just fly to the country, stay there for like a day or two, and then fly to the next country. Stay a day or two, and then fly to the next country.
Did he go to every country in the
I
world?
think he did. and he only spent like X amount of days in each country because he wanted to make like the list of like the most traveled in the world. That's pretty.
Well, it's actually pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome, but it's pretty dumb at the same time.
I don't know. For me, look, I was in very long. I wasn't in these countries for very long, but I felt that I got a really good idea of what the country was about.
One day is literally you unpack your bags. You don't even unpack your bags. You're just the first day is like always kind of a crappy day.
Yeah,
because that's like all the hustle and bustle getting out of the airport and stuff.
Yeah, I mean the longest I stayed in some of these countries were like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
And that was pretty quick too, but I felt like I got a good idea. Like I try to talk to people, try the foods, see some places.
Yeah.
And I felt that I got a really good experience. Even though 4 days doesn't seem very long, you're busy. You're doing work, you get it in, you get it done.
I mean, if anything though, that guy though, he probably, knew how to move fast. Like he was probably pretty good at what traveling. Like I get where you're coming from. Like it's kind of dumb that he didn't really learn to appreciate the countries, but still, it's pretty impressive at the same time.
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
Maybe not.
to me, I don't know. My whole definition of traveling is different from everyone else's. So.
Well, I mean, I agree with your definition of traveling.
Uh-huh.
I'm just trying to give him some credit.
Some credit.
Like I don't want to just shit on him.
I will. No.
I will.
With the VP that I was traveling with, he had some crazy stories, dude. He was out in England. He was out doing school out in England, and he literally walked all across Europe, Russia, like Kyrgyzstan, and all those areas.
Yeah.
And like walked all the way down. He walked all the way home.
How?
He just walked all the way home. Took him a couple months to do it. That's crazy. He has a crazy story. He's been to like I think like close to 50 countries. This guy, yeah, I was traveling with like a world class traveler. Like,
oh man.
Well, I think he was a world class, but he was truly a vet. When it came to traveling.
He was a veteran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a true veteran of travel. And this guy spoke fluent Chinese, dude.
Really?
Yeah, he was
Australian. He was a Chinese guy.
No, he was Australian.
Oh. He was an Australian guy and he spoke Chinese.
He spoke Chinese.
He must have been in China for a while.
He was out there for a while with his wife. They were doing some work out there.
Okay.
But he was I knew that I was in the presence of a vet.
A veteran. Was it intimidating at all?
Yeah, he was a bit intimidating.
Why? Because
he just I didn't interfere. Traveler. Yeah, I didn't interfere with his plans because he, if I suggest something, then I just didn't know. He had the plan. This was his trip, and I was just riding along until we went.
Planned it pretty well, though, right?
Yeah, until we split. Yeah, but he planned it all really well because he's done it all pretty much.
Did he enjoy traveling with him?
I think at one point we were both tired of each other. So
why? Why was he tired of you, and why were you tired of him?
Because we're used to traveling alone.
Oh, okay.
So we were just like, it's okay, cool, whatever, but let's go our separate ways.
Why, did you guys butt heads about stuff ever? Or?
No, we just wanted to be alone. We're just more comfortable traveling alone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he was a cool guy?
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Yeah.
What do you think he's doing now?
I think he's in, I want to say he's in England now.
How do you know?
Because I think his grandkids, something with grandkids.
Oh, okay.
So, but I don't know.
That's pretty cool though.
Yeah. But yeah, he's traveled quite a bit.
Yeah.
And when you travel that much, you have a certain way you do things. And me being a rookie, I didn't want to interfere with that.
Yeah.
So at one point,
that makes sense.
And by that point, I already preferred to travel alone, anyways.
Yeah.
So we decided to go our separate ways and then meet up again.
Oh, you met him at
Uganda.
You met him in okay.
And that's where we went back together to.
What was his route?
I don't remember what his route was. I think he was in Kenya, and then directly went into Uganda. I have to look at the map. Yeah. He was in
Tanzania.
No, he didn't go to Tanzania.
I wonder why. That sounded like the coolest thing.
I remember he also had to go teach. So he was
Oh.
on a shorter timetable than
He was
I
a teacher.
Yeah, he was on a shorter timetable than I
Oh,
was.
okay.
Yeah, we were in Nairobi. He went to Uganda, and I went to Tanzania.
Really?
Yeah. But yeah, we wrapped up our journey. We packed up our stuff,
Oh, okay.
ate our last meal together,
Parted ways.
and before we parted, before we flew back together to Egypt, we had some awesome tea, dude.
Oh yeah, where was it?
I don't know what it is, dude. I don't remember the names of all these things, but it was milk tea.
Milk tea.
And oh, dude, I've tried to replicate that tea a couple of times and can't do it. It was just boom. It
What'd
was
it
just
taste
milk, cinnamon. It kind of like had like a spice taste to it.
Huh.
It was so good, dude. It was so good. It wasn't a latte. It's not a latte,
Yeah.
but it was so good, dude. The food, the tea out there. The tea is like, I tried to do that. I could, but I was like, man, I can't do it. It is so good. The milk tea. We called it milk tea because we didn't know what it was.
You guys want some milk tea?
We had some milk tea, and I loved it. It was so good. And then we flew, and we went to the airport, and we flew back. We flew back home to Egypt.
Yeah, for sure, man. That's
And that concludes. That was it. That concluded my journey in East Africa.
That's the African. That's the whole Africa story, huh?
That's pretty much. I can't remember anything else I did in Africa.
Well, dude, that was a good set of stories, man.
I am glad. Did we talk about Siwa? When
Yeah,
I went to Siwa,
we talked about it. I mean, if you want, you can give a little short shrift about it.
No, we just went. I just went out. This was in my second year in Egypt, and I decided to host a tour with the new guys, with the new recruits.
Yeah.
And I planned the trip to Alexandria and then to Siwa, which is an oasis out in the middle of like nowhere. It's really cool, very beautiful place. And we went out there. We did the whole Alexandria library, the museums. Went to a couple sites.
Yeah.
I
think you told us about this, but
okay. And then we went to the Siwa Desert, Siwa Oasis.
was it beautiful?
It was very beautiful. Sunrise, sunset.
I think I saw that picture and it was really beautiful.
Very, very beautiful place. That was during the time Trump was running against Hillary.
Really?
Yeah. And I was on one of the guys was like super liberal. And when we got the results out there, dude, he was so crushed.
Oh, dude, I bet the imperialist rubbed it in his face.
Dude, that guy was Trump all the way, dude. That guy was
What did he say when Trump won?
He's like, I don't remember. I don't care. I didn't even talk to that guy. I don't care.
But he was happy?
I'm sure. Oh yeah, he was very happy.
That's funny.
But that poor kid, man. He's like, dude. Yeah, he was crushed.
He was crushed.
Yeah, he was crushed.
Yeah. Well,
How did I feel?
How?
Dude, I'm in Egypt, man. I'm traveling the world.
You literally did not care at that point?
Dude, like, man, I got to make sure where I'm going to get my next plate of food. That's what that's all I care about.
So you saw it, you're like, oh, Trump won.
That was it, dude. It's like, it would have been cool to have a female president, but whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I just like, all right.
That's kind of funny, man.
Anyways, yeah. That's all the side stories there, dude.
Wow, that's all of them, huh?
That's it.
Nothing left, dude.
That's it. After that is pretty much wrapping up the final year.
But that's
Egypt,
all for the next
and life after
podcast,
Egypt. Yeah, life after Egypt.
Man, there's no side stories left. Nothing.
No, that's it. It's from this point on. I guess we'll talk about the last few months in Egypt, and then it's pretty much life after Egypt.
Did you ever go to the Mediterranean Sea?
Yeah, I was there.
What was that like?
Beautiful, fresh.
Like in Egypt.
Yeah, in Egypt. Yeah. That's Alexandria's out
Oh,
there.
that's Alexandria.
Yeah, that's Alexandria.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you ever have any Saharan adventures?
Yeah, the C1 Desert. That's in the Sahara.
Oh, okay. So that was your thing.
Yeah, and actually we were out there. We found a lot of fossils.
Really?
Yeah, like a lot of like reefs, a lot of shells. It was really cool.
Wow.
So at one point that whole place was an ocean. So
You know what's funny, man?
what's that?
The reason I'm asking you so many stories is because we've recorded so many podcasts by now that,
Yeah.
like, even though I was kind of anxious for it to be done,
Yeah,
like, I'm almost having a hard time accepting it.
it's almost coming to an end.
Like-
we can see the finish line now.
Like, I'm having a hard time accepting it. Like, that Josh is about to be done telling his story. Like, for a while there, it was almost like it felt like it was never gonna happen, and
yeah,
it
was
just
pretty
became
long. Yeah.
it just kind of became me and you spending time together behind the mics.
yeah. Pretty much.
So, guys,
And yeah, we can see the finish line.
we can see the finish line. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I know I did.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys for listening. As always,
Thanks for listening, guys.
you guys are amazing. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Share it with your friends. And until next time.
Do you want some milk tea?
You want some milk tea?